ngicela kube ready here khona uzo
1212.
Switch on both mics.
Okay.
And keep it on. Oh, yeah.
How's it?
We will try. Try. What time is your flight?
Eh?
What time is
Yeah, please. We need to be out of here by 4.
PS exhibit bundle? So, and this is the interpreter sorted. So you don't need to. Yeah, we change it.
Should I give you the flash? Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm getting yourself, Malcolm. Sorry, please.
Friday.
Who? Who had it better?
You need to be careful, isn't it?
Huh?
Confiscate them if you don't switch them off and they ring.
Good morning, Mr. Skakane. And is there? Oh, interpret. Okay.
Good morning, Chair and the Commissioners.
Yes, and good morning, Warrant Officer Mpangas.
Morning, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes.
Chair, as you have mentioned, it's Warrant Officer Mpangase who's giving evidence today, and it's in line with the Potchefstroom stream. His evidence will just deal with some of the decisions that he had made. We have had evidence of other witnesses in relation to some other issues, and I don't need to that evidence. Can I request?
Thank you for this. So, thank you. I'm saying thank you for indicating that you will avoid repetition. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. Can I request that the witness be sworn in then?
Warrant Officer, will you be? I will say this for the first and last time. After this, I will use your name. Mr. Interpreter, can you please give me your name so that I can address you by name from this point onwards?
Vusumuzi Cuthbert Nkabinde.
Thank you, Mr. Nkabinde. Thank you. Warrant Officer, will you be swearing or affirming?
I'll be swearing.
Please place your full names on record.
Mbongeleni Felix Simangaliso Mpangase.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Yes, Mr. Skakan.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I wanted to deal with the question of Mr. Nkabinde after he was sworn in. The witness has requested the services of an interpreter or translator from English to isiZulu and vice versa. And obviously that would apply when we ask questions to the witness. And I would request kindly that, or there's a request that we keep the questions short so that there's enough chance to allow the interpretation or translation, as it were. Before you, Chair, or the commissioners, there would be files, and I'd like you to just concentrate on the witness statement for present purposes. I will also rely on the exhibit files, which I think you would have. Apologies for the many files, but I'll keep the reference to those 3 or 4 files. And Mr. Warrant Officer Mpangase has those files. Confirm.
Yes.
Please don't.
Confirmed.
Okay. And the file that we are going to start with is file 1.
Kuzoqalwa ku file 1.
Thank you. And at page 1, that is your statement or a statement with your name. Do you confirm?
Lapho ke kubhalwe statement kunegama lakho. Ngabe uyaqinisekisa lokho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you then turn to page 4 of that very statement?
You were silent, Mr. Nkabinde.
Oh, buyela kuya ku page 4 ke kuleyo ndaba nje usushilo.
At the bottom section is your name. Is that your signature?
Lapho egcineni lengezansi lapho kunegama lakho. Kwase
Yeah.
kwafakwa isignature ngabe uwe sayinile lapho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then I take it that is your statement, which you will rely on.
Izothatha ukuthi ke yisi statement lesi esingesakho futhi singathi uthembele kusona okuzokusho.
Yebo kunjani.
That is correct.
Commissioners, Ms. Warrant Officer Mpangase, apologies, was served with the necessary Rule 35 notices and equally with the Regulation 10.6 notices. And they are in that file as tab 5 and 6. And particularly the Regulation 10 is under tab 7.
Njengoba ebabiza ke lezi nombolo uthi unikeziwe lezi nombolo nje beyibizile.
Yeah.
And in particular, the questions would start from page 18 of that file, just to contextualize the giving of the evidence.
Jiwa ke kuzoqalwa ku page 18 ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi silandele kahle lo mniningwane wale statement.
Thank you. Then, just on the structure for today, what we would prefer or what would request that happens is that you go through the statement, read it out and put it on record.
kuthiwa ke namhlanje kuzocelwa ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sihambe ngendlela yakhona ukuthi kuzofuneka ukuthi usifunde sizokwazi ukuthi zingene la ku recording kuzwakala ukuthi thatheka kanjani.
Yes.
And you would have considered the questions in the regulation 10.6 notice, and where you required to add or elaborate, please do so.
Lapho kobona ukuthi mhlambe kunesidingo sokuthi uchaze kabanzi unabe ungakwenza lokho.
Yes.
Understood?
Can you then start with your statement from the beginning?
Ungaqala ke ngestatement sakho.
Kani puthe ngilibonayo le date.
I've just noted there is a mistake concerning the date
Ku paragraph 3.
on paragraph 3.
Ngibhala u21 esikhundleni sika 22.
It's written as 21st instead of 22.
2.
Chair will attempt to cure that issue in the appropriate manner, considering that it's an affidavit, not just a statement. Are there any other issues that you'd want to
Aye, ilephela.
elect?
No, besabuza ukuthi ngabe khona okunye uthi wena cha.
Oh,
No, that's all.
sorry. We have encountered those minor mistakes, and the witnesses have just corrected them through their testimony, so you don't need to bother with the technicalities around that.
Kuthiwa ke hayi okuncane lokho kuye kwenzeke. Sikuthi kufanele bese nesidingo lokusingena kakhulu sijule kulokho kuzolunga.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I then request you to continue with your statement?
Cela ukuthi uqhubeke ke ngestatement sakho.
Okay. I, the undersigned, Bongeleni Felix Mpangase, states under oath in English. I am a warrant officer in the South African Police Service with service number 0638667. I'm currently attached to Pietermaritzburg SAPS to investigate cold cases within Umgungundlovu district.
Don't, just keep that sentence with your cell number.
I confirm that during the year 2021, I was employed as a detective within the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation based in Durban. I was attached to Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit, tasked to investigate national priority violence crimes, which included murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, bank robberies, among others. On the 22nd of June, 2021, I booked on duty at 7:30 a.m. at the office, which is situated at 136 Victoria Embankment. At an unspecified time, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and asked me if I was available for an operation, and if I was, I must be on standby, because a crime intelligence operative whom I knew had information about a container that was containing approximately 7 to 8 kilograms of cocaine, which was at that time suspected to be at CHS Depot, Isipingo.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, I do apologize, but I just want to maybe understand. When you said it's just a minimal, you knew the crime intelligence operative. Did you work with him before?
Umbuzo ke ukuthi njoba ukukhulume ngeligama lesa-Queen sokuthi minimal ngabe ufuza ukuthi lokho sikhuluma ngayo buke wasebenza naye yini phambilini?
Esingangasebenza naye.
Yes, I had worked with him.
Kanye.
Only once.
Thank you.
I informed Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I was available to assist. He then asked me who else can come with me to do this operation. I suggested Warrant Officer Sbia, to him, and he agreed. I then approached Warrant Officer and informed him that Warrant Officer Sbia was Lieutenant Colonel Jacob advised that I should expect a call from a CI operative who will provide more information. He further stated that Warrant Officer Sibia and I would attend. I requested that Lieutenant Jacob also attend, as the CIA operative was his, and that I had no prior experience attending to such information. I stated that the information required someone experienced and well-versed in these types of operation. He agreed and indicated that he would book himself on duty and join us. A few minutes later, the operative phoned me and told me we had to meet at Isipingo for a briefing. I informed Lieutenant Colonel Jacob about this. He then said we must come and pick him up at his house. As I did not have a car, I approached Warrant Officer Sibia, who was using Lieutenant Colonel Jacob's car. So we then went to pick him up, and the three of us proceeded to Isipingo, where we met the CI operative, who then briefed us on the information. After a short briefing, we proceeded to CHC depot. At the depot, we met an Asian female. We introduced ourselves to her as police and informed her the purpose of our visit. She told us that she is the manager of the depot, and then she was aware of our pending visit. I believe the CI operative had already spoken to her prior to our arrival. She granted us permission to search for the container, and it did not take a long time to locate it. Once we identified it, we brought it down to the ground to be searched. Before the container was identified, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob had already assigned me to take notes of the search. I recorded names and cell phone numbers of people observing the search, as well as those who were employed at the depot. My assigned role during this drug bust or drug interception was to take notes. Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer were responsible for taking photos of the scene. At all times, I was working under the supervision of Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. Before the container was opened, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and warrant officers took photos of the container and the seal number as well as the container number. Sergeant Gavenda and Tutugo Kuzwayo, who were present during the search of the container. The container was properly locked and sealed, and the seal was intact. I do not recall who broke the seal and opened the doors of the container. Upon opening, I observed black canvas bags placed directly behind the doors of the container. Lieutenant Colonel Jacob removed one of the bags and opened it. Inside the bag were bricks of hard substance suspected to be cocaine. These bricks were wrapped in yellow and black plastic wrappings, bearing inscriptions of Jaguar and TikTok emblems. Photos were taken of the bag before it was removed from the other bags, and again it was opened as well as its content. These photos were taken using a cell phone camera. 27 bags were offloaded from the container and placed on the ground. Further search was conducted and nothing was found in the container except for the cargo that was there, for which details of it I do not recall. If my recollection serves me well, I also recall that the uniform members who were there during the search and the seizure had left. They were phoned to come back and assist with the transportation of exhibits from the depot to the Isipingo SAPS. They indeed came back and exhibits were loaded in the Hyundai H1 and transported to Isipingo SAPS with the sole intention of storing them there for safekeeping. When we were at Isipingo SAPS, we offloaded the exhibits and placed them on the ground, and photos were also taken while they were on the ground, and the bags were recounted. After we had finished a recount, bags were opened and we counted the content of each bag. And it has found that each bag had 20 bricks of cocaine. Only one bag had 21 bricks of cocaine. I requested the exhibit clerk to give us FSL bags so that we can seal the exhibits, and he said he did not have the size that we were looking for. I then personally entered the exhibits in the SAP 13 register at Isipingo as instructed by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. While I was entering exhibits in the register, the exhibit clerk asked me a strange question. He wanted to know where we were going to keep the exhibits. I told him that we were going to leave them there for safekeeping. He told me that he had no space to keep the exhibits there. We must take them with us and keep them somewhere. I then told him to inform Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. When Lieutenant Colonel Jacob heard this from the clerk, he started making calls to look for a place to store these exhibits. Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs told me that since they are refusing to keep the exhibits there, I must book them out to be taken to forensic lab. He started by calling Amanzi Mtoti, FSL, and they said they do not have space. They were renovating the building since it was damaged by heavy rains. After that, Lieutenant Colonel made a call to inform Brigadier Nyusa that we are unable to find space to store the exhibits. After talking to Brigadier Nyusa, Lieutenant Jacob told me that we must take the exhibits to Potchefstroom storage. After the decision was made to take the exhibit to Potchefstroom, an arrangement was made for vehicles to transport exhibit to Potchefstroom. There was an escorting team comprising of Warrant Officer Mdlalose and Warrant Officer Mkwanazi. I cannot recall who else was there as part of the escorting team. We arrived in the afternoon at Potchefstroom, late in the afternoon at Potchefstroom offices, and we were received by Potchefstroom official who showed us their walk-in safe where exhibits were stored. I do not know the name of the DPCI official that gave us the keys to the safe. I'm not certain whether General Sinona and Brigadier Nyusa came in before our arrival or arrived while we were busy storing the exhibits in the storeroom. I can recall that both came inside the storeroom while we were busy storing the exhibits. General Sinona was checking if the storeroom was suitable to store exhibits. After storing the exhibits in the safe was locked and General Sinona instructed that the keys be left with him. The safe keys were handed over to him accordingly. We all left and went back to Durban. Nobody complained about anything. Everything was perfect and in order, and everybody was happy with the seizure. On the following day, I received an instruction from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I must go back to Potchefstroom to unpack the exhibit and seal them in the forensic science lab bags. I then requested Captain Danzi, now the deceased, Captain Fries, but I do not recall who else was there to assist. We proceeded to Potchefstroom and unpacked and sealed the exhibits in the FSL bags. They were then entered in the Potchefstroom SAP 13 register, which was brought to DPCI offices by the Potchefstroom clerk. After we had finished, I locked the safe and I personally took back the key to General Sinona and booked it back on the register since I had booked it out in the morning. Again, I received the call on the next day from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I must go back to DPCI offices and take samples from each bag. I again requested Captain Fries and Captain Danzi, and I do not recall who else came with me. We went into the safe. I randomly picked up 5 bags and took out samples from each brick, which I randomly selected. I placed the samples inside the FSL exhibit bags and sealed them. The bags were marked with Durban Central OCI Inquiry 28/06/2021 and Potchefstroom SAP 13/883/2021, which I later handed over to Warrant Officer Sibia for safekeeping until Lieutenant Jacob comes back from leave. I wish to state on record that Ntuthuko Khuzwayo introduced himself as the custom official. This could have been clarified had a statement been taken from him shortly after, which would have confirmed his occupation. I had no reason to mislead anyone or falsify information. Similarly, I had no reason to state that Sergeant Mkhize and Sergeant Govender and other police officials were there observing the search if they were not there. I also want to state that I concur with Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I am an experienced drug investigator. I have been doing drug investigation for more than 10 years, doing buy and bust covert operations in KZN. But I have never attended a drug interception of this magnitude from start to finish, either at the harbor or container depot. The only reason I took part in this covert operation is because I was requested to assist, and I personally wanted to learn from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob as to how to manage these type of operations and the whole process from start to finish. I also want to state that I was shocked and surprised when I heard that drugs were stolen from Potchefstroom DPCI storage. I was surprised because I was under the impression that drugs were long transported to Forensic Science Laboratory, Pretoria, as I had overheard in the passage in the office that they were going to be taken there for storage. I wish to state that I do not know who broke into the Potchefstroom storage, and I was not aware that there were no proper security measures in place. That is all that I wish to state.
May I just ask this very quickly, Mrs. Kakane? I do hear you, warrant officer, saying that you are experienced, you are an experienced drug investigator, and that you've been doing investigations for more than 10 years, that is drug investigations. But I understood the beginning of your affidavit to say that as at 22 June 2021, your area of operation was violent crime, national priority violent crime. Is that so?
Manje ukuthi kuyakuzwakela njengoba uchaza ukuthi hayi isipiliyoni busunazo sokuthi cishe mhlambe neminyaka eyishumi kuya kanjalo kulokhu kwenza izinto ezidakamizwa lezi ama drugs kodwa nasibuyele emuva ngathi kuyabonakala ukuthi ngomhla ngalesikhathi lesingako i22 ka June 2021 kahle kahle wena uthi hayi ulwazi lakho belubanzi la ubhekeni kahle lokhu ubugebengu imacala ahambelana nobugebengu ebhaliwe lapha usikuzwe kahle.
Yeah.
That is correct.
As you say that is your area of operation being a violent crime, priority violent crime. You give examples of that. And at the end you say, end of the sentence, paragraph, the last sentence, paragraph 2, you say among others. That is after itemizing examples of violent crimes. You say among others. In that context, I understand among others also to relate to violent crimes. Am I correct?
Ngabe usukuzwa kahle yini nje ubuchaza ubekile lapha ukuthi amacala ahambisana nodlame violence crime le bekuyizinto kakhulu ngathi bobhekene nazo kodwa naye ubheka lapha ku paragraph 2 nasesiyezansi kukhona lapha okunye kwezinto okufakayo okunye ngamanga other things njengoba sithi khuluma ngayo le violence crime.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
Now, that being the, all right, let me ask this. On the morning of 22 June 2021, were there no members whose area of operation was narcotics or drugs?
Ngaso lesikhathi sika 22 June 2021 ukuthi alikho ilunga la sebenza lapha singathi bekuyo ngqo shishilizi obhekene ngqo nalokhu kuphathisana kwama drugs lokhu idakwamiza ama narcotics.
Ayikona.
The way
Can you give me a few names?
ungasipha amagama amhlamba athizeni.
That you,
Amagroup ayi-2.
There were two groups.
Khona yayiphethwe uCaptain Mpele,
One was headed by Captain Mbele.
enye yayiphethwe wayewu-Lieutenant Colonel ngaleso sikhathi.
The other one was under Lieutenant Colonel at that time.
Motley.
The name is Moodley.
and were the two and or members under them on duty on the morning of 22 June 2021? Do you know?
Ngalo lilanga mhla ka 22 June 21 ngabe bona babe khona yini abanye babe basebenzisana mhlambe beyengaphansi kwabo?
Yeah, babe khona.
Yes, they were.
Do you know why Colonel Jacob would have called you being somebody whose area of operation was priority violent crime, instead of calling those people whose area of operation was narcotics?
Ngabe uyazi yini ukuthi uJacob Londini bese suka yobiza wena bekhona abantu banolwazi olunzulu ngalezi zinto zimdakwamile wena ungale kule la kusetshenziswa khona ngezodlame ngabe uyazi ukuthi kwenziwa yini lokho?
Isizathu salokho engisikhumbulayo
The reason which I could recall
ukuthi uLieutenant Jacob wayengazwani nawo mabili ama-groups.
wayengazwani. The reason is Jacobs was not in good terms with both groups.
Does that mean he did not work with them?
Kusho ukuthi bengasebenzisani nabo?
Wayengasebenzisani nawo.
Yes, did not work with them.
So whenever he worked within his area of operation, he always got people who were not within his area of operation.
Manje kusho ukuthi nakube kufuneka yenze into enjengalelo operation kusedingeka ukuthi alande abantu angasebenzisani nabo.
Noma ngingasakhumbuli kahle noma
Even
ngoba
if I do no longer recall very well,
ngoba yena wayephethe yona igroup yakaSanap.
group kaSanlam,
Sanap.
because he was in control of the Sanlam group.
Ukuthi obani ababengaphansi kwakhe angisakhumbuli.
The people who were under him, I do not remember.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned that. I'm happy you mentioned that.
Oh,
So he was not all by himself. He had people under him as well.
Uyakujabulela ukuthi uyakusho lokho Pauli uyabonakala ukuthi ngempela wayenabo abantu abasebenza ngaphansi kwakhe,
Ngikhumbula kahle.
if I recall correctly.
And he called you and not them on the morning.
Kodwa na usebiza wena akabizi bona ngalo kuseni lolanga.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi wayengazwani nabo.
I think the reason is that he was not in good terms with them.
Just remind me, I do remember the name Moodley. I've forgotten the other name. You said it was...
Uthe umudli oyedwa lo moya usekhohliwe konje uthe ubani?
Kwi-group
Ngubani? Mpele.
Captain Mpele.
Mbele captain.
And the rank, and Moodley's rank?
Irank kaMudli?
Lieutenant Colonel ngaleso sikhathi.
At that time he was lieutenant colonel.
So you are telling us that Colonel Jacob was not in good terms with Colonel Moodley, not in good terms with Captain Mbele, not in good terms with all the people under them, not in good terms with the people under him, under Jacob himself. He was not in good terms with all those people.
Ngabe ngendlela ochaza ngayo usho ukuthi umnewethu lo angazwani noMudli, angazwani nalomunye umphathi nabantu abasebenza ngaphansi kwabo, kusho ukuthi sibafaka bakamo ngakamo linye abengazwani nabo bonke.
Engazwani nabo nalaba baphansi kwakhe yena Jacobe.
Yeah. As the commission, njengoba ngishilo ukuthi nalaba baphansi kwabo yena ngqo uJacobe yini lo kuba abantu abaphansi kwakhe nabo abengazwani nabo.
Uma ngibuyisa kahle umqondo wami,
If I try to refresh my mind,
Lieutenant Jacob wayephethe uSanapu. uSanapu wawudivide kabili.
Jacob was in charge of Sanap, and this particular Sanap was divided into two.
Kwakuka Mbele, Captain Mbele,
One was belonging to Captain Mbele,
bese kuba uLieutenant Colonel Modley.
the other one was the Lieutenant Colonel Modley.
So wona amagroup engazwani nawo lawo ngaleso sikhathi.
Those indeed were the groups he was not in terms with.
Are you able to give us numbers, perhaps? Do you have any idea how many people we're talking about?
Ungakhona ukusipha inombolo ukufanisela nokuthi sikhuluma ngabantu abangaki la.
Ngingababala futhi.
I can count them.
Yes.
Kwaku warrant officer ready.
Warrant officer ready,
Ababesebenza ngaphansi kwaModley.
who were under Moodley.
Warrant officer Pillay.
Warrant officer Pillay,
Kubo Carl Sanders.
Carl Sanders.
Samkhumbulo omunye.
I do not remember the other one.
But there was another one. A
Kodwa
fourth.
bekhona omunye.
The one that you say you don't remember. So
Lo
you,
ngo uthi awusamkhumbuli.
you know there was someone else, but you don't remember the name.
Kodwa lesiqiniseko ukuthi wayekhona umuntu ndini kodwa awusakhumbuli ubani.
Enginesiqiniseko sabi bona la about 3.
I'm certain about the three.
And so it would be 4, including Colonel Modley.
Kusho ukuthi nasibala noMudli leso kuzoba wesine.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh no, oh yes, now.
khona nomlungu wayekhona.
Yeah, there was also a white person there.
Wayekhona sengimkhohlisa isibongo sakhe.
I have just forgotten his surname.
5.
Wesihlanu loyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bese kuthi kuMbele
And then when we come to Mbele,
kwaku uBrian Malinga.
Brian
Warrant
Malinga,
officer Malinga.
uthi ubani?
Warrant officer Malinga.
Warrant officer,
Kubo Captain Ntanzi.
Captain Danzi,
Kubo uCaptain Freeze umangalenzi uphutha.
Captain Freeze, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No Gumede.
Also
Warrant
Gumede.
officer Gumede.
I think.
Warrant officer Gumede.
Warrant officer.
5, including Captain Mbele.
Asesibabala bafake no Captain Mbele bahlanu.
Okay. Khona omunye wesifazane wayekhona.
There's another female person.
Sengisikhohliwe isibongo sakhe.
Aye.
SesiXhosa.
The surname is just eluded me. It's a Xhosa surname.
So 6.
Wesithupha lo.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a total of 11 people.
Asibahlanganisa bonke bayishumi nanye 11.
Yebo kunjani.
That is correct.
Are you telling this commission that Colonel Jacob did not have good relations with all 11 colleagues.
Ngabe uthanda ukutshela lesigcawu esikusona la ukuthi lo captain kubo bonke laba bantu akekho ozwana nabo bonke akazwani nabo.
Enginesiqiniseko sabo
Those that I am certain about,
kwaku Colonel Moodley,
Colonel Moodley,
kube Captain Mpele,
Captain Mbele,
ilabo enginesiqiniseko sabo.
those I am certain about.
Do I understand you to be saying that he did not relate well only with 2 of the 11?
Ngabe kusikuzwa kahle ukuthi empeleni ilabo ababili phela ayengahambisani kahle angadleli ubudlelwano obuhle nabo.
Abafika emqondweni yami yes.
Those that come to my mind, yes.
So automatically then that means there was no issue with the remaining 9.
Kusho ukuthi indlela ebengakhona laba abanye abawu9 abasaid oh bekunganankinga.
Angeke ngazi ke.
I would not know.
If you do not know, we must take it to be so. Now, this takes me back to my question, the question I asked right at the beginning. Now you have 9 colleagues. Why is it that Colonel Jacob called you when he had colleagues within his own unit? Why does Colonel Jacob call a colleague who's in another division altogether, a division concerned with priority violent crime, and leave 9 colleagues within or whose area of operations is narcotics and drugs? Why did he call you?
Uyabona kusho ukuthi sothatha ukuthi vele kunjalo laba abanye bezwana nabo abenganankinga. Kodwa ke isibuyisela la siqale khona. Ukuthi lo Jacobe sesuka lapha ababizi labantu abanye bala. Kodwa ulanda umuntu le phesheya nendawo ongasebenzi ngalezi zinto zezidakwamizwa lokhu namanakhothi ulanda umuntu owazi umsebenzi wakhe kahle kule yandawo yodlame. Yiwo lo mbuzo ukuthi ngabe ngempela kwenzeka kanjani lapho.
Angeke ngazi ukuthi yini intenza ukuthi athathe leso sinqumo.
I would not know why he came to that decision.
Kodwa engingakusho ukuthi mina naye isasizwana.
What I could say that me and him had a good relationship.
Would I be unfair to ask if he did not choose you because he thought you might be pliable to do whatever it was he wanted to do? Pliable or malleable or compliant?
Ngabe kuzobe kwenziwa iphutha yini ukuthi hayi khona wakulanda ngoba anesiqiniseko ukuthi hey nangitshele lo uzokwenza lokho esifuna ukwenziwe uzovumelana nakho aqhube futhi ngabe kwenziwa iphutha nasicashwa kanjalo.
Hey angeke ngazi.
I would not know.
Thank you, Mr. Skakana.
Asking follow-up to this. What other operations, and please describe them, what other operations had you done with I think it's Colonel Jacob?
Ungasichazela ngabe kukhona okunye amanye ama-operation oke waba mdibi munye usebenzisana naye uJacob?
Iyodwa engikhumbulayo.
I recall one.
Tell us about it.
Sichazele yiphi?
I-operation ecishe ifane nale.
Operation which was somehow similar to this one.
I-information futhi ayiqhamuke kwi-CIA operative.
Information also came from CI?
CI operative.
CI operation.
Same muntu.
Same muntu.
Yes.
Same person.
Wasinikeza information ukuthi khona i-container noma ngasakhumbula ukuthi ayikuphi.
He also gave us information about a container which was there, but I cannot remember where exactly it was.
Noma kwakuyise Phoenix noma eDurban North angisakhumbuli kahle.
Whether it was in Phoenix or Devon North, I cannot remember well.
Esahamba sayo isebenza sathi masiyafika kuyona safika ukuthi ama-drugs awasekho.
We went there and we conducted the operation, but on our arrival, the drugs were no longer there.
Akwazi ukuthi athathe ubani.
We do not know who removed them.
Ileyo operation kuphela engasebenza nayo.
That's the only other operation I had worked with.
And when was that?
Kwakunini.
Same year. Same year.
Same year.
Just maybe 2 or 3 months before the operation.
I think 2 or 3 months apart.
Yes. So when Colonel Jacobs says you are an experienced, I think investigator or police officer in drug busts, he can only speak to that one operation
Manje nase
because you've not had any other operations with him.
uthi yena wena unaso isipiliyoni salo madrag. Kodwa nasibheka ukhuluma isipiliyoni sale yodwa wasebenza kuyona?
Cha.
No.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Sitshele
That's why
kakhulu.
I asked you. That's why I asked you what other operations have you done with him. You say you've done only one, and that one operation you described, you actually found nothing. So, and now you say he can speak to your vast experience. If he has not worked with you in drug busts, how does he know anything about your experience in drug busts?
Thana ngasho ngasicacisela lana ukuthi njengoba ethu nesipiliyoni wena ngawakha amagama uchaze ukuthi kube waba kanye nje vo la usebenze naye kwakhona kuyobamba lama idakwamisa kodwa ke manje ngabe ukhuluma ngeloko kodwa kukhona okunye mhlambe ongasishongo okwenza ukuthatha unesipiliyoni.
Ngisebenzile ka-SANAP unit.
I did work at SANAP unit,
Dealer ne-investigation yama-drugs kuphela.
which deals with investigation of the drugs only.
So bekwazi lokho.
He knew about that.
So your answer is you've worked with him. Because remember my question to you was, have you worked with him? You said once. And now I'm trying to understand when you say he's able to speak to your experience, how would he know if he's not worked with you before?
Ubona ke manje uthanda ukucacisela kahle ukuthi ngabe uthini kahle nje. Ngoba uthi usebenzile kokunye uthi usebenze naye kanye. Kodwa manje sokuthatha ukuthi bese yena bese ayibeka ukuthi uyazi ukuthi unesipiliyoni kanjani. Wachaza lapho.
Yeah, ngisebenzile naye officeini elilodwa.
I had worked with him in the same office,
Kodwa angisebenzanga naye kwi-section eyodwa yama-drugs.
but not in the drug section. I never worked with him there.
When he says he knows that you are an experienced, it's because you've worked in the same organization, not because he has seen your involvement in operations and how you conducted yourself in operations for him to be able to say you're an experienced person. It's only because you worked for the same organization.
Usho ukuthi ke ngamanye amagama uthi wena uyazi ukuthi unesipiliyoni ngoba nani sebenza ndawonye lapho kuleyo office. Kodwa akaza kubona ukubamba uyeka ukuthi hayi le ndoda iyaswazi lomsebenzi. Azange kubone lokho.
Cha, besisebenza e-officeini elilodwa. Kodwa ngisebenza kwenye section.
We were working in the same office, but I was working in another section.
So,
What was that section?
Kwakuyini leyo section?
yeah, sign up.
Sanap.
What did you do in that section?
Wawenzani khona lapho?
Drug investigations. Drug investigations.
Drug investigation.
So you got involved in drug busts?
Kusho ukuthi
In that
nawe
section.
wawukhona ukuthi kungene la kwebhastwa khona abantu ama-drug bust.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
I think that takes care some of the questions, but just to follow up on that, on your paragraph 18, which is page 4 of your statement, you don't need to go there. You say that you were an experienced drug investigator, and would that mean you? Because to make that statement, that must mean that you know how to handle drug investigations and scenes.
Kuthiwa ke manje nawubheka lapha ku page 4 ngicishe lapha phansi ku 18 utheke wena unalo ulwazi olunzulu isipiliyoni lesikhuluma ngaso ukuphenyeni kwama drugs. Manje just repeat that question. The question is
You would have experience and knowledge how to deal with.
kusho ukuthi ke uvele unalo ulwazi nokwazi ukusebenzisana ngale ndlela ama drugs.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
Thank you. That is before June 2022.
Kusho ukuthi
2021, apologies.
sikhuluma ngesikhathi ngaphambi kwale date ka June 2021.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, that is correct.
Then, and at that time, you were also a detective or warrant officer, which is a senior position. Well, not too senior.
Ukusho ukuthi futhi ke kuyabonakala ukuthi wena lapho ke wawumphenyi osemkantshobomvu phakeme kodwa hayi kakhulu.
Warrant officer nje.
Just warrant officer.
Okay, no, thanks. But you would have had a fair amount of training in scenes and investigations.
Kodwa wawuqeqeshekile ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi uphenye ubhekisise kahle.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
Just ask a question on the back of that. In these other operations that you say you were involved with as an investigator, what role have you played in those operations?
Ulamanye ama-operation uthi la uthi nawo bombandlana kena khona uphenyeni ngabe kahle kahle wawenzani ngqo yiphi indima uyithatha lapho?
Umuntu wayefike athole information yokuthi say kuyadayiswa kaMbele.
One will receive information
Ukuthi kuyadayiswa ama drugs kaMbele.
that drugs are being sold at Mbele's.
Bese applyela i-authority ukuthi uhambe uyothenga khona.
Then you'd apply for an authority to go and purchase.
Usunaye vele umuntu ozohamba uyothenga.
Uzomthola.
Umuntu ozohamba uyothenga ama drugs.
And then you'll get somebody who would go and make this purchase.
Bese musu uyitholile leyo authority then busu uyahamba umthumela umuntu ethi ahamba uyothenga ama drugs.
Once the operation has been given to me, then I'd go and get hold of that particular person who would go and buy the drugs.
Mayise wathengile bese siyabopha.
Ukubopha kufaka esitolo.
Lo
Yeah, after he had made the purchase, thereafter would arrest.
ama drug dealer i-dealer le kuyiyona edayisile.
Arresting that particular dealer who has sold it.
Iwona ama cases amaningi esasiwenza ke lawo.
Those were among many cases that we were involved in.
So you were involved in setting up I think it's commonly referred to as sting operations, where you would get somebody to go by and then arrest and make an
Kusho ukuthi
arrest.
wena wawukhona lapha impela onentshumetho ama-sting operation la ukuthi kwenziwe wawungene la.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I think earlier, either in response to to the chairperson or Commissioner Barrow, you had cited an example of sins or past that you were involved in. So I would just want to confirm you had been involved in similar drug seizures or past.
Uthi ke kubuyeleni kumbuzo bobuza uCommissioner Baloyi khulunywe ukuthi nasikhuluma ngamabhasi wazi kahle futhi wena ukuthi ukubhasta la mali kahle kahle kusho ukuthi bewuke wakwenza lokho.
Ngakazi.
I'd never done it.
Okay, let's then go back to your statement.
Ucela ke sibuyele ku statement sakho.
You go there. There seems to be confusion, the earlier answer and the answer given now. If warrant officer can just clarify this, has he ever attended a drug bust such as one involving containers or moving trucks as in vehicles? Sorry, my voice is a bit terrible. Has he ever attended to a bust where drugs were in a container or a large truck or something similar to that?
Ngathi ngabe singabuyela emuva khona la ngathandanga ukuzwakala kahle. Umbuzo nje oqondile ukuthi ngabe ngaphambilini wake waba khona kulama bus ama drugs aku container.
Angakazi.
There's another part, Commissioner, container end. Noma hanjiswa nge-truck.
Angakazi.
Never.
Or at a harbor?
Mhlambe la ngena khona imkhumbi kuma harbor. No.
I think where we were a bit, but perhaps there's an explanation to it, is where there's reference to the fact that you are an experienced investigator.
Yabona ikahle kahle lento ibuyela kakhulwini kulapha ukuthi ke wena umphenyi onolwazi olunzulu nesipiliyoni.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then, if we go to the date in question, I had requested to understand earlier on when we were going through it that your interaction with the CI operative.
Eqaleni ke kuye kwafuna kwazakala kahle ukuthi wena ukubandakanya kwakho ku operation la no CI lesikhuluma ngayo.
Had you've only worked with him once as well?
Ungabe uthi wasebenza naye kanye vo
Prior this operation.
prior to this operation.
Correct. And then now, in relation to this operation, I don't want to waste too much time. I think we can take it for granted that you are familiar with the national instruction and the relevant protocols around seizures and crime scenes.
Uthi ngeke asilokho simoshe isikhathi kodwa futhi mhlambe ngabe wena uyazi kahle ukuthi umgomo ufune kulandelwe makusetshenziswana ngezinto ezinjengalezi nasefaka uprotocol uyawazi.
Ma-overt operation, yes.
Kuma
Overt operation.
Yes, when it comes to overt operation, yes.
Can you clarify that?
Awuchaza usho ukuthini?
Ama-overt operation ila, like for instance, kubulawa umuntu, bulawe, say, bulawe police. wonke umuntu uyazi lokho ukuthi kubulawa iphoyisa. So,
An overt operation is an incident like when a police officer has been murdered. I take it, it's a well-known by almost everybody that that had transpired.
so mo attenda isine njengaleyo uyazi ukuthi fanele wenze njani.
So if you are called upon to attend such a scene, I would know exactly what to do.
Yeah, nama armed robbery cases, scenes, nakhona
Such as armed robbery cases, scenes,
amacala angafihlekile la aziwe
those are openly known cases which are not hidden. It's known.
kanti ama-covert operations akwazi nombani ukuthi khona umsebenzi owenzayo, i-operation oyenzayo.
But when it comes to covert operation, it's not known by many. What type of operation are you involved in?
Nama-scenes akhona for sure akafani.
Even the scenes thereof are not similar.
Wa-attenda ngendlela ehlukene.
You attend to them differently.
Please explain that. Why should what you do at the scene differ according to whether an operation is covert or overt?
Awuchaze ndoda, usho kanjani ukuthi kube khona umehluko kulama operation ku covert nalenenye?
Ngizobeka nje i-typical example ye-covert operation.
I'll make this example when it comes to covert operation.
Uma uthole information ukuthi eposini, post office,
If you get an information about a post office,
kune parcel
if there is a certain parcel
elinama drugs,
containing drugs,
uyahamba ufike ulithathe
you go and seize it or take it,
bese ungalisi e-station esingaphansi kwaleyo post office.
then you'd not take it to the police station which is under the same jurisdiction as that post office,
Ngoba ubalekela ukuthi i-information ingaliki.
in avoidance of the leakage of information.
Sorry, Warrant Officer. I do not quite see why the destination of what you have seized has anything to do with how you handle the crime scene itself. Where the exhibit lands ultimately, to my mind, subject to your response, has nothing to do with how you handle the crime scene. Please make me understand. I'm not saying you are wrong. You know better. You are the expert, but it doesn't readily make sense to me.
Uyabona ukuthi impela hayi ukuthi kanjani kodwa ufuna ukwazi kahle ukuthi kahle uchaza ukuthina ukuthi njengoba ukhuluma ukuthi uhandlela kanjani ubamba kanjani ukwenza ukuthizeni uthi ngathi akaqondisisi kahle lapho ukuthi ufuna ukuthini.
Yeah, into engifuna ukubeka ukuthi ama-operation, i-covert operation
What I want to clarify is the covert operation
ne-overt operation
and the overt.
Overt
And the
operation.
overt operation,
awukusebenzi ngendlela efanayo.
the operations thereof are not the same.
Okunye kuba public knowledge babone ukuthi no sekwenzekile ukuthi
One will be in the public knowledge, people will know what has happened.
You see what the last thing you've said now explains the difference between the two,
Lokho qeda
which is something that you've done already. And also the first thing you said, which is that you do not handle the crime scenes in the same manner That too is already before us. You've told us that. I've asked you a question as to why it is that the ultimate destination of the exhibit has anything to do with the question, what's the difference between handling the crime scene in an overt situation and a covert situation? What's the difference, and why should there be a difference? In explaining that, what you said was the difference is with a covert operation, you take the exhibit to a police station outside of the jurisdiction of where the crime, or rather where the exhibit was retrieved. So I said, I don't quite see why that has anything to do with how you handle the crime scene itself. Where the exhibit lands ultimately, to me, has nothing to do with how you handle the crime scene itself. That's what my question is about.
Commissioner, with due respect, I'll try to summarize it. It was a bit long.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Mnowethu-ke ngizihangizwa zami kodwa nawe uzwile okunye. Nasi sithi yathi yakufinqa nje ngokuthi uthi kahle kahle ukhuluma ngezinto ezimbili ukuthi manje akutholi kahle ukuthi yini lokhu khuluma ngomehluko ngoba kukhona la ufuna ukuthatha izinto uzise lapha ya impela kuba khona ukuthi kunani kunambambisana kuphi.
Maybe sorry,
Yes, maybe
let's
can
start.
assist the
Let's
commissioner,
start.
not
Yes,
too long.
yes. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm
Yeah.
not saying you're wrong. I just want to break it down. You'll remember when I asked you the difference, or rather, why it is that, no. I asked, what's the difference
Ubuziwe ukuthi umehluko yini?
in the manner in which you handle crime scenes? The crime scene in respect of a covert offense, and the crime scene in respect of an overt.
Ukuthi umehluko muphi obakhona mawubhekene nalo COVID noma ubhekene nalo overt. Nasuphenyisisa lapho.
And you said with a covert offense, operation, you retrieve the exhibit, and you do not take it to the police station within which the area of retrieval falls.
Sithi ke ngo-covert operation ushilo ukuthi ke naso kuthathile lokho awukuse police station eseduze naleyo ndawo njenge-post office la itholakale khona.
Yeah.
And instead, you take it to some other police station.
Bese lokho bese uthatha ukuyise kwenye police station kwenye indawo.
Ugise office la uzofika uregister khona kwi-13 as a office.
We first take it to the office where it's gonna get registered into SAPS 13.
But you said you take that exhibit to some other police station, not the one within which this police station falls.
Kodwa ushilo ukuthi ekugcineni uzoyithatha lokho okutholile ukuse kwenye office kwenye ndawo thizeni
Yes.
hayi lela eduze.
Ayi kwenye police station. Ukuthatha kuleyo ndawo leyo bese uyisa e-office lakho la uzofika ukungene uku-entarishe kwi-register.
Usukushilo lokho.
Yes.
Ya kodwa
Awuyisi-
ekugcineni bese ukuthatha kusaphi.
Ekugcineni what do you mean?
Angidazi from office akusakhona kusakhona.
Ukuthatha ukise lab.
Oh, no, actually, it happens like this. We could go to your office, designated office where you register it in SAPS 13. Thereafter, you'll take it to the lab.
Okay, I will not belabor that, and will not make any further follow-up. The point is, this takes me back to the question I asked. what is the difference in the manner in which you handle the crime scenes in respect of the two types of operations?
Bisela ke kuloyo mbuzo kuqalwe kuwona ukuthi kahle kahle umehluko yini obakhona kulezi zinto ezimbili ku crime scene ngendlela osebenza ngakhona.
Uba mncane kakhulu.
It's minimal.
Kwi crime scene le of it, yonke into uyenza openly. Abantu
The
bebuka.
crime scene of the covert or overt?
Of it.
Of the overt, you just do things there and there openly. Anybody can take a view thereof.
Kanti kwi crime scene le ye COVID. Noma abantu bekhona, usheshe ukuphuthumise, ukiso ukubeka kwenye indawo ukuze kungalikhi information izifike kumuntu okuyena ofuna ukugcina umbophile.
When it comes to the other one, COVID, even if people are present, you will endeavor or will try to swiftly move this so that it could not, the information should not leak.
Leak information kuma suspects.
It would not leak to the suspects.
And you do that regardless of the nature of what's being retrieved. You just you come in, you grab whatever it is, and you whisk it away immediately, whatever its nature. Is that what you are saying?
Uchaza ukuthi akukhathalekile ukuthi inhloboni yezinto etholakale lapho uzokwenza ngayo leyo ndlela la ufika masishana ukuthi tutu uhambise.
Angisho njalo.
I do not say
I know
so.
my.
No, I do not say that.
The more you try to explain, the more you get me confused, warrant officer.
Uthi ngalokho uzama ukuthi uyachaza uthanda ukusidida ingqondo la wena warrant.
Into engisho ukuthi ama crime scenes angenza ukuthi kube into ecishifana.
Yes, the crime scenes are sort of somehow similar.
Kodwa khona ezinye izinto ongekuzenze kuma scenes a covert operation ongazenza kuma overt operations.
But indeed, there are some of the functions that you would not perform on one, but do that on the other.
I can ask you a lot more questions around this, warrant officer, but we have heard a lot of evidence already from quite a number of your colleagues, some much senior than you, and we have a fair understanding of how crime scenes are handled. We are close to being experts ourselves now in the area. So I will, even though I'm still confused by your answers, I will just simply leave it there in the interest of time.
Uyabona indeed ayisekhona la emqondini la ekhaya kodwa ngenxa yokuthi banengi lokhu bangena la abanye bakhulu ku ikhundla zabo iphakemba sebechazile kabanzi cishe nathi sesazi kakhulu ngalento ukuthi kusebenzeka kanjani kodwa soyeka lapha noma kusasikhona indida ethizeni emqondini wethu.
Of course, I'm not serious when I say that we ourselves are close to being experts in the area.
Ndoda ungathathi ngathi sikhuluma iqiniso kwesinye isikhathi siyadlala nje sithi hayi sesinolwazi olubanzi hayi asisebenzi lapho thina kodwa sesukuzwile okuthizeni. Understood?
As a follow-up to this, the difficulty with what you are explaining, the difference between covert and overt operations leading to how you treat sins differently. The difficulty with that is there is a national instruction that says that you must enter, for example, you must enter exhibits at the police station within which the crime occurred. And that instruction does not distinguish covert and overt operations.
Yabona ke kukhona impela kunye la esingathi asikuzwakala. La kunomgomo ufuna ukulandela. Obhalwe kuyo yonke indawo ukuthi noma kukuphi la nawusebenza ngalezi zinto. Ufuna kwenze njani? Ukuthi lezi zinto ufuna ukuyithatha ngendlela thizeni. Hayi ukuthi kuba khona umehluko, kodwa ukhuluma ngathi wena umehluko uba khona.
Ngiyezwa.
I do understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I think that was, my follow-up question was the reference to the national instruction about crime scene management, and I don't want us to go to a further debate on it. Safe to put it to you in this fashion that it says something, it doesn't, it basically, it says that, if I may just read it, the principles of crime scene management and the different phases of handling a crime scene set out in this national instruction should be applied to any type of crime scene.
Uyabona lokusibuyela kodwa siyayibona le ukuthi kahle kahle ngendlela okubekwe umgomo ngendlela efanele ilandelwe akushintshi kuyafana ngaso sonke isikhathi makube kufuneka kwenziwe kanje ngendlela efanele ilandelwe akushintshi.
Yes.
I hear.
And that national instruction must be complied with.
Futhi wena njengomsebenzi nobani kufuneka ulandele lo mgomo. Hayi ngaleyo nqubo kufanele noma kanjani ilandelwe.
Yes.
Yes, I hear.
Just a quick one, in terms of this national instruction, I could not distinguish or I could not locate this covet, and where can that be found, that distinction?
Uyabona nase sibheka umqulu lo kuthiwa national instruction akukho la kukhombisa khona izinto ezimbili lezomehluko ukuthi le nale ngabe ngokwazi khona singayibona phi leyo into ethi covid no ovet.
Indlela bengibuka ngayo nangendlela besenza ngayo thina kaSanap.
Well, I would say it was the manner in which we operated in Sanap.
Akusho ukuthi ayi wrong ke.
Kusho ukuthi?
Kusho ukuthi ayi wrong.
It seems it was not correct.
Thank you, and as the chair had said that a lot of witnesses have come and said some of the things that happened at that scene were not in accordance with the national instruction, including your senior, Colonel Jacob. Do you want to comment?
Kusho nasi ngathi siyakufinqa lokusukuhlanganisa kusobala ukuthi wena ngendlela nenze ngayo wena no Jacob lo azange ukulandela umgomo nenqubo. Ungathini ngalokho?
Uzokhumbula ukuthi uJacob wangicela ukuthi
We'll remember that I was requested by Jacob
ukuthi ngimsize
to assist him.
beno operative CI operative
He was with CI operative.
ekumsizeni kwami ngavuma kodwa ngingasebenzi ama drugs ngaleso sikhathi.
When I complied or agreed to assist him, yes, I was not working with the drugs.
Ngavuma ngoba ngifuna ukuthi ngiyokufunda ukuthi ama drugs I-operation enjengale we-attenda kanjani.
I agreed to this because I wanted to gather experience as to how to handle such cases.
Ngoba angikakaze nangaphambilini ngi-attend.
Because I had never attended such before.
Warrant Officer, Mr. Skakane's question is whether you would dispute the fact that the crime scene on that day was not handled properly. Would you dispute that?
Umbuzo oqondile ngqo qhamuka kumne wethu Sikhakhane. Ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi ngaleli langa ngaleso sikhathi saleyo ndawo kwenziwa lolu phenyo azange kulandelwe indlela efanelekile.
Ngiyavuma.
I concede. I agree.
Thank you.
Can I just to clear something that I think is obvious from what you have said, but just to be certain. Colonel Jacob, when he called you to come and assist and you agreed, it was not because you have experience when you agreed to go. It wasn't because you have experience in these kind of drug busts. You agreed because you wanted to learn. You had no experience whatsoever. Did I hear you correctly?
Kwiqiniso uyavuma yini ukuthi kahle kahle unobangela ukuthi uvume ukuyoncedisa le ndoda. Hayi ukuthi ngoba unesipiliyoni uyakwazi ukusebenza. Kahle kahle bofuna uyofunda wena.
Yebo, no.
Yes.
Nokusiza futhi.
And assist.
Yes. And the same with, I think it was Warrant Officer Sibia. He had no experience. He told us he had absolutely no experience. So you both were going to be learning on this operation.
Uyabona ke noSibiya lo. Useshilo la ukuthi
To be learning on this operation.
uyabona ke noSibiya lo. Useshilo la ukuthi naye abengalwazi. Kusho ukuthi siyanibhanga silobabili beningazi
Yebo,
dolo.
kunjalo. Yebo, kunjalo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we get into too much detail, there's something I want to understand. You said you interacted with Duma, the CI operative, once.
Uthi ke wena kwabe kanye njena ukuthi ube mbandakanye kule operative.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
And then I just want to ask, in terms of this operation, when do you first learn of the information about these suspected drugs or container with drugs?
This particular one.
Yes.
Anasibuyele kuyo liyona le ndaba esikhuluma ngayo lama drugs sikhuluma ngawo. Waqala nini nqa ukwazi noma ukuzwa ngalento?
Ngaleya ngomhla 22.
On the date of the 22nd?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Ngomhla 22.
On the very same day, the 22nd.
Okay. Now, the difficulty with that is that Captain Duma, who's that CI operative, testified and in his statement said he had discussed this information with you and Jacob prior to this date. Would you
Uyabona
dispute
ke
that?
ikhona into ethanda ukucaka la. uDuma lo wafika la. Wachaza. Ukuthi kahle kahle ngaphambi kwaleli suku bese ke waqhumana nani ngalendaba.
Hayi, azange axhumane nami, waxhumana mhlambe noJacob. Mina ngaqala ukuthola ngomhla 22.
Not with me, maybe with Jacobs, because the first time I got to know about this was on the 22nd.
Do you want to please take us there, Mrs. Kakane?
So I was, it's in the statement bundle, which you may not have readily available, but I will refer to.
All right, maybe let's, please continue with your questions. Perhaps we should please find it during the tea break, and then you can draw it to our attention.
Bebemcela ukuthi mhlambe njengoba ethu akwenzeka lokho angasikhombisa ukuthi kukuphi ukuthi kukhona kona kodwa akasakhumbuli kahle kuthiwa ke hayi nasiyophuza itiye mhlamba ngakufuna akuthole lokho.
Okay.
If I may, Chair, I've got it from the transcript and which was quoting the statement. I can read it out for the record to save that time.
All right.
Uthi ke cishe kukhona la kubhalwe khona kuma transcript la angakufunda mhlambe usokwazi ukuthi kungene la.
Can I read it? So,
Yes, please.
on his testimony of the 2nd of June 2026,
Uthi ke enkulumeni yakhe mhla ka2 kaJune 2026
he testified, and that is at page 138 of the transcript,
ku page 138 leyo into ezibhaliwe, transcript leyo.
Quoting his paragraph 15 of his recent statement to the commission.
Ku paragraph 15, ku statement, esokugcina senza la.
And it reads as follows.
Sithi,
On 26 June 2022,
uthi ngomhla ka 26 June 2020, which year?
2022,
2022.
I think it was just a mistake on that. I contacted Colonel Jacob, who was the unit commander. and
Uthi
Warrant
mhlawumbe kwaba
Officer Mpangase.
iphutha lapho kodwa uthi wathintana no commander lo Jacobs.
Oh, Mr. Nkabinde, you should wait until Mr. Skakane is done talking. You spoke at the same time with him towards the end. We will have problems with
As
the
the commissioner pleases.
with the transcription. Perhaps please repeat the last thing you said, Mr. Skakane.
That I contacted Colonel Jacob, who was a unit commander of, and then it was indistinct unit, and Warrant Officer Pangase from TPCI Durban.
Uthi waxhumana nabo babili uJacobs lo noMpangasi.
I provided the intelligence that I had gathered and requested their assistance to conduct an inspection of the commodity.
Uthi ke wasesho ukuthi ke kukhona kutholile ucela uncedo lokuthi kuyolungisa uyobheka leyo ndawo.
On one of the containers that were suspected of being used to smuggle 27 kilograms of cocaine at CHC container depot.
Uthi ke kukweye ama container ukuthi ayequkethe amagrama u27 cocaine.
And then further down, it says, prior to providing this intelligence, I had communicated to both of them and highlighted that there might be a container with a shipment of drugs that they need to assist with in conducting the search.
Ngaphambilini ke vele kwalokhu wasekushilo ukuthi ke kune container ephethe lama drugs.
And assist with.
Wathi ucela uncedo.
And then lastly, it says, whilst I was still following up on intelligence gathering, I requested them to be on standby as I will request their assistance.
Uthi wathi nase esahlanganisa konke lokho wakuthola ke wathi nihlinde lapho nike ku standby uzokwazi ukuthi nanithinta azosithola lo ncedo.
Mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngomhla ka-22 ngathi sathola information ngomhla mina ngathola information through uJacob.
What I remember is that I personally received that information on the 22nd day
Ngithola kuJacob
from Jacob.
ukuthi sizofonelwa CI operative.
That CIA was going to phone us.
In information kanje. In information kanje.
You, Mr. Nkabinde, you must be steeped in American spooks and all that. It's CI, not CIA.
Oh, did we say? To my extreme apology. Lalela ke ndoda, ayi cishe lokhu phuma le ku Trump ndoda ngena la ingqondo asithi CIA sikhuluma ngo CI. Yangisho bengisalungisa lokho ngenza iphutha mina ngo sikhuluma ngo CI.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just indicating whether that was
Thank you.
sufficient, Chair, to
Thank
cover
you.
the point.
Are you done with the explanation, Warrant Officer?
Yebo.
Ngabe soqedile ngokuncazelo yakho?
Yebo, ngicela.
Yes.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane. Perhaps let's take the adjournment at this stage if that's fine with you.
Indeed, Chair.
And come back at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
Sumani sibuya khona manje.
Yes, Mrs. Kakani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to finish off a few questions on the morning of the 22nd of June.
Aqedelele nje ngosuku loka 22 ekseni. Kuzoqhubeka lapho.
If you look at paragraph 3 of your statement, the last sentence you refer to 7 to 8 kilograms of cocaine.
Nawubheka lapha ekugcineni ngathi uyasho ukuthi amangakanani 7 to 8 kilograms of cocaine.
And Jacob and Sbia and everyone that has come before the commission referred to 27 kilograms.
Jacob must be a similar square but hunger. The commissioner, basho number is 37, you said?
27.
27 kilograms, but I put it on 27 kilograms.
Yebo.
Yes?
Which one is correct according to your recollection?
Anginaso isiqiniseko noma mhlambe ngiyaphambanisa mina ngoba ngenzeka ukuthi kule information yokuqala kwaba u7 to 8 kilograms kwakuthiwa usecontaineni so angisenaso isiqiniseko
I'm
noma
not sure if I am mistaken. But I am not sure if I am mistaken. But if I recall, the first container contained 7.
kungenzeka ukuthi
It is possible, this is probable.
information esayitholayo
Kungenzeka ukuthini?
information esayitholayo ukuthi icontainer iphet ina 7 to 8 kilo ngenzeka I'm not sure
It is possible that that is the information which was provided to us, that the container had 7 or 8 kilograms.
so ngenzeka ukuthi ngiyaphambanisa
But I could be mistaken.
Just to make sure that I understand, so the 7 to 8 kilograms that you refer to, that number exists. It's not a mistake on this statement.
Ngabe uzwa kahle yini ukuthi le 7 no 8 okhuluma ngayo hayi ukuthi into uthatha nje emoyeni vele khona into enjengaleyo.
ya ngenzeka ukuthi kwaba information yale container leya
It is possible that that was an information pertaining to that particular container.
And when was that?
Kwakunini lokho?
ile esayinikezwa CI operative
That was given to us by
Before-
the CI
before.
operation initially,
before this one
before this one.
Is that prior to the 22nd?
Phambi kwangomhla ka 22.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
When you say before, what are you referring to?
Now uthi ngaphambi kwalokhu uchaza ukhomba kuphi usho ukuthini?
khona information CI operative yayisinikeze yona ye container
Is
There
that-
was an
is-
information which CI provided to us about the container.
Is that about the container which was found not to have any narcotics?
Ngabe usho ngale container yatholakala inganalutho.
Yebo, sure,
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'd like to refer you to your statement, your earlier statement. Perhaps it can clarify matters.
Uzokuphindisela kuse ku statement sakho siphambilini kuzokwazi ukuthi ucacise kahle lapho.
If I may, Chair, and the witness, it's file 2 of the exhibit files.
file 2, exhibit 5,
CJC 244,
CJ 244,
CJC 244.
CJC
244.
244.
It's part of the statements,
Kuyingxenye
the inquiry.
yaleso statement esiphethelana noluphando.
What's written on the spine?
On the spine.
File.
It's exhibit bundle, Chair. File 2. Page 656.
Page 656.
Can you confirm if this is your statement?
Yeah.
And at 658, it bears your signature, and the date of the statement is 23 November 2021. You confirm?
Yeah.
And then if you go particularly on this point at paragraph 2, it refers to 27 kilograms.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was obviously at the time when your mind was still fresher.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you forget your mic, Mr. Nkavinde. Maybe just keep it on if we're not running into any technical problems, just keep it.
Awuthi ngiphinde ke ndoda lokhu siqhaba ngizange sacifeza la. Kufanele izwi lami linge kulokhu ukuthi njoba ke lapho ingqondo yakho beyisakhumbula kahle konke okubhaliwe. And kuyasho lapha ukuthi kukhulunywa ngamalento 27 amalento.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the statement, the new one, there could just be that mistake about the reference,
Masiya ngale statement
just for your benefit.
Just repeat that.
I'm saying just for your benefit that we clarify that point.
Ukuthi ke kwazi ukuthi nawe uqomule kulokho kuyakhombisa ukuthi akubonakala ukuthi kungabe khona umuntu wenza iphutha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Please put that not away, but we'll refer to it later on. And perhaps while we are on that statement,
Mawulokhu ubheke leso statement
what did you rely on in making the statement?
wawuthembele kuphi umnyombo yokuthi ubhale le statement?
SAP statement.
Which one?
The one in November 2021, your initial statement for the inquiry.
Lesokuqala ngazi no 2021.
Ingqondo yayise fresh
My mind was still fresh
nokuthi ngangisakhumbula.
and I was still remembering.
And had you not made notes
Nama notes.
Zange ubhala ama notes.
Nama notes.
and your notes?
There are notes.
And those notes were filed.
Afakwa ufile.
Yeah, but we
Yes.
Thank you. Then if we go back to the morning of the 22nd, of the 22nd,
Nasi ekuseni ngomhla ka 22.
there's an issue, what I'm interested in a bit is, you say that in relation to Sbia, who was not, I think we have established, and he's indicated himself, testified that he was not in narcotics I just need to understand from paragraph 4. You say, this is now in the current statement, you say that it is you that suggested Warrant Officer Sibiya to Jacob.
Kuyabonakala ukuthi la into esifuna ukuthi angene ayizwe kahle. Usibiya lo. Wayengekho engasebenzi kuma narcotics naye kulezi. Kodwa nasibheka la paragraph 4 nguwena othe nang umuntu ongeza.
Kunjalo.
Yes, so.
And on what basis were you suggesting him?
Kwenza kanjani lokho? Kuphi ukwenza ukuthi ube nomdlandla ukumfaka?
Ingenxa yokuthi ngangazi ukuthi uKenneth Jacob akazwani nenye nalegengele enye kanti futhi uSibiya sase close naye futhi.
It's because I had the knowledge that Jacobs was not in good terms with others. And secondly, Sibiya was the one who was very close with me.
Would it not have been prudent, though, because it's a matter, it's not about who gets along with who, it's a matter of conducting an operation to get someone with more knowledge?
Awubona ukuthi kwakumqondo ohluzekile lo ukuthi ungathathi umuntu ngoba hawu hey ibhadi lami lo ngiyazana naye kahle ukuthi ungakuthi uthola umuntu owazi kahle ngalo msebenzi.
Ababekhona abawazi umsebenzi babengazwani no Lieutenant Jacob, so umuntu owafika emqondweni wami ngaleso sikhathi uyena uSibiya.
Yes, indeed. There were people who were better qualified or experienced in regards with this type of job.
By that, do you mean those who were available were only Captain Mbele and Colonel Moodley? Because those are the only people you said did not relate well with Colonel Jacob.
Uyabona ke uyichazile phambilini ukuthi abantu bebengazwani kahle bangathelelana amanzi ilo Moodley nalomunye kusho ukuthi sikhuluma ngabantu ababili kuphela ababengazwani naye.
Isizathu sokuthi ngingaba approach laba abanye ingenxa ukuthi basebenza ngaphansi komuntu kwabantu abangazwani no.
The other reason that I did not consider these others is because they were working under the supervision of the people who were not in good terms with Jacobs.
About the relationship between Colonel Jacob and whoever Warrant Officer Sibiya reported to?
Iliphi ulwazi olaziyo phakathi kwalo Jacobs noSibiya mayelana nalento esikhuluma ngayo?
Babe abantu aba right.
They were?
Babe right bezwana.
They had a good relationship. They were right, if I quote verbatim.
Okay.
Just to understand generally and to assist, so was it more important that you get people who with knowledge, well, people who with less knowledge than to perhaps upset Jacob?
Wabona ukuthi kunokuthi uthukuthelise lo ndoda wathi kungcono ngithathe laba noma abanganalwazi lubanzi ngoba ngifundi lona kwade.
Into yafika kumina emqondweni ukuthi uKenneth Jacob azwani nabantu abathizeni, so kuzofunakala kube khona umuntu azomdinga umuntu ongenayo inkinga naye.
Well, it was in my midst of knowledge that there are people who were not in good relationship with him, so he was going to rather have somebody who did not have any bad blood with.
Ngase ngiyamsuggesta kuyena Lieutenant Colonel Jacob ukuthi ukhona uSibiya.
I then recommended or suggested to Jacob that Spear was available,
wayesethi akanankinga na.
and he never had any qualms about it.
There's a particular version that Jacob had in his statement of, and perhaps he'll correct me if I read it wrongly, of 9 November 2021, and it appears in that file that we had, file 2, at page 589.
Kukhona ke enye indlela uJacob lo ayibeke ngakhona ku statement sakhe sakumhla ka 9 November 2021 ku page
89,
589.
under CJC 243.
Under CJ283, ayibiza
Yeah,
number.
ngikulona manje page.
Sorry.
Yes, at the bottom there, page 589.
Ezansi lapho emaphethelweni ekugcineni kwephepha lelo,
At paragraph 4,
paragraph 4.
in this statement, and this was in relation to the Poshepston case after the theft,
Kwakhulunywa ke ngayi case le yase Potchefstroom ehambisana nama narcotic.
he says, I decided that we needed another member to assist and asked Warrant Officer Mpangase to speak to Captain KG Sbiya, then Warrant Officer who was under my command.
Uthi ke wasebona ukuthi kufanele umunye umuntu ozosinceda ezobanceda bona wasekhuluma ke you spoke with Mpangase, am I correct?
Yes, and asked Warrant Officer Mpangase to speak to KG Sbiya.
Uthi wasecela uMpangase ukuthi akhulume no KG Sbiya.
Akwenzekanga kanjalo.
That did not happen that way.
So Colonel Jacobs was untruthful with the commission and under oath when he said he asked you to go and find out if Warrant Officer Sbiya was available. He was being untruthful.
Usho ukuthi ufuna ukuthi ukhuphuza amanga alihlaza mayethi wakutshela ukuthi ufuna Sbiya.
Yeah, ngenzeka
It is possible.
ngenzeka ukuthi mhlambe wayengasakhumbuli kahle.
Kungenzeka ukuthi
Wayengasakhumbuli kahle.
possibilities that he was not remembering well.
Yeah, the other possibilities, he was just being plain and truthful.
Kodwa futhi kungenzeka ukuthi qamba amanga.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the clarity. So your version, and I think he did testify to the fact that he was the one that requested that you speak to Sbiya in his testimony. But we then have to move from there.
Hayi sizoqhubeka kodwa njengoba sisho esho ukuthi washo njalo yena ngawakhe amagama.
Hayi, anjalo.
Yes, it was not that way.
Now, you know, I think earlier we then corrected, or you did confirm that we know that it was 27 kilograms of cocaine that you are to engage in an operation in relation to.
Kusho ukuthi ke sesitholile ukuthi bowazi nawe ukuthi ama kilogram le cocaine awu 27 kwakuzofuneka ukuthi uqhubeke ngeoperation ngawo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in terms of planning, what was the plan around this operation?
Masikhuluma ke ngokuplana ukuthi malungiselelo. Kwakuplanwe kanjani uqhubekela phambili ngale operation?
Kwangekho plan.
There was no plan in place.
And at this time, you reported to Colonel Jacob.
Ngaleso sikhathi wawusa reporta ku Colonel Jacob.
Reporter ku Lieutenant Colonel Shongwa.
I was reporting under Lieutenant Colonel Hlongwa.
And did you inform him about this operation?
Wamazisa yena uHlongwa ngale operation?
Angizange mazisi.
I did not.
And then perhaps before we go, there's a version about you contacting Newswa. And I think how was your interaction with Newswa?
kukhona ke into esizwile ukuthi kwaba khona ukuxhumana kwakho noNyusa.
Perhaps let me
Ungathini?
rephrase. Perhaps let me rephrase.
Oh, uzayibeka ngenye indlela.
How regular was your contact with Brigadier Nyuso?
Uthi wawujayele kangakanani kwakuvamile noma kungavamile yini ukuthi uxhumane uthintane noNyusa?
Sasingathintani naye njalo.
It was not that regular.
Ngangimthinta manginesidingo phela.
I would only consult with him when there was a need.
Then I must ask, why was there a decision to contact Brigadier Nyuso in this specific case and not your superior?
Manje asibuze kule ndaba esiqhumene ngayo. Yini into yakwenza ukuthi uthintane naye uNyusa ungathinti lo ophansi wakhe?
Angikhumbuli.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Skakan, did you suggest that it was Warrant Officer Mpangase who contacted Brigadier Nyuso?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps maybe we must ask to verify. I think I see and I understand. Chair.
Please.
On the day, did you speak to Brigadier Nyuso
Ngalolu
operation.
Sorry, carry on.
About this operation?
Ngalolu suku wathintana waxhumana naye uNyusa mayelana nale operation?
Angikhumbuli.
I do not recall. But I was we go file to page 589. Bese akubuza lo mbuzo.
Yes, paragraph 3, the highlighted portion.
Uparagraph 3 lapho uyayibona
On-
kukhona
on-
ukudwetshiwe ukuthi ibonakale ngokuqama.
Yebo ngiyabona.
Do you see, Warrant Officer, this is Colonel Jacobs's statement. He says, I told him I would get back to him, that is Duma, and called Warrant Officer Mpangase to find out his availability. He indicated that he was aware of the situation by Captain Duma and he was sensitized about Captain Duma's reservations about utilizing other members of the unit. I told him, I assume this means you, that I was on leave, but I was willing to book on duty if the provincial commander gave permission to do so. He said he would brief Brigadier Nyusa of the situation and get back to me. A short while later, he called me and indicated that he had spoken to the Brigadier and that all was in order with regards to me booking on duty to follow up on this information.
Mina wethu ke ufundwe ngesilungu la. Mawufuna ngikuchazele ngibofune ngifunde konke kodwa makuba ukulandele ungazi
Ngiyakubona.
kuzwe kahle.
Yeah.
Yes, I do follow.
Perhaps the question is, did you have that discussion with Colonel Jacobs? And did you, following the discussion with him, then have a discussion with Brigadier Nyusa about Colonel Jacobs booking himself in on the day?
Angikhumbuli.
I do not remember.
Does I do not remember mean it may have happened, you just don't have a memory of it, or no, nothing like that happened?
Mawuthi angikukhumbula uchaza ukuthini? Kuthi akuzange kwenzeke lokho noma hayi kungenzeka ukuthi kwenzeke kodwa akukhumbuli nje.
Ukuba wakhuluma kanje ngabe ngakukhumbula.
If he had uttered those words or said that, I would be in a position to remember.
Ngoba inkinga yokuthi ngingakukhumbuli kungani yena njengomuntu omphathi angakhulumi nomunye umphathi athumele mina.
Yeah, somehow complex here because really there's one question which arises. Him being a commander, or why does he not communicate directly with somebody who is in par with him, same position? Why then he communicate with me?
Inkinga yami leyo.
That is my main problem.
So should we accept your answer to be nothing of sorts happened? You did not speak to Nyuswa about Colonel Jacob booking
Ngame
onto
ngifuna
duty?
sikwamukele ukuthi kahle kahle uthi wena ayikhona uzange ukhulume noNyusa.
Hayi akufiki emqondweni wami ukuthi ngakhuluma noBrigadier Nyuso.
Now, that does not come into my mind that I did speak to Jacob.
Thank you.
Brigadier Nyuso.
To Nyuswa, not to Jacob.
Unyuswa, no wait. Are you Jacob? Are you Jacob? Unyuswa.
Unyuso, yeah.
Yes, you're talking Unyuswa.
I will just beg an indulgence to refer to Nyuswa's statement. I know that file is not there, but I seem to recall that he confirms that he received a call from Warrant Officer Mpangase. But I'll just get that specific reference.
Uthi ngathi uyakhumbula ndaweni thizeni ngathi uthi uyasho ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi wayithola ucingo liqhamuka kulento uMpangase from Mpangase.
Yes.
Yeah, from Mpangase uthi uyakhumbula ukuthi walithola.
Okay. Then there's the three of you, and I won't go further into it. You then go and fetch Jacob ultimately.
Wagcina ke sohambile uyomlanda uJacob.
Yeah,
Yes.
And Jacob himself testified, and I'll just get that specific reference, that this also was a big operation. He had not been involved in such a big operation. Do you I suppose you can't refute that at this point. You wouldn't know.
Ungeke uzuphikise lokho ukuthi vela zanga.
yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is correct.
Then you went and met, so it's the three of you. You then go meet Captain Duma.
Nina ke nobathathu nase nihamba niyodibana noDuma.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
Now, you know that there is this, how to handle the crime scene and all of this. What measures did you, or what, you said there was no plan when you were initially talking to Jacob and Spear, but now you've got a briefing session at a garage. Was there no discussion about getting exhibit bags, how the scene is going to be managed, who was going to be in charge? Can you just elaborate on that?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi uthe wena hayi kwakungana plan ekhona la. Kodwa nasenehlangana lapha egarage la nathintana ngamakhanda nibonisana. Usho ukuthi lapha kuko kwasho ukuthi ubani ozokwenza ukuthize lo yenze kanjani azange kube khona ukucaciselana lapha.
Akuzange kube khona.
No, there was none.
Okay. So none of you thought perhaps you should call the LCRC?
Akekho phakathi wenu wacabanga ukuthi mhlambe kuyofuneka ukuthinta uLCRC.
Akekho.
No one.
Okay. And then you proceeded to the warehouse, and I don't think there's much to deal with there other than to perhaps ask this. You say that Jacob, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, assigned you to take notes of the search.
Lapho ke sesiniqhubekile lapha akukho kunesingakhuluma kodwa ke kuyezwakele ukuthi ke uJacob wasethi wena ufuna ukuthatha ama notes message. Yes.
And when was this now? Because obviously there was no planning prior, but now when does Jacob then assign these roles? And we know that he assigned other roles to Spear.
Imbuzo ukuthi ke njengoba uchebele bekungana plan yayikhona manje kwenzeka nini la bese akwazi ukuthi akutshele ukuthi ufune kwenze njani.
Sesisedepo.
When we were at the depot.
And then he took charge. Naturally, he said he took charge, or everyone just followed him as the senior person.
kusho ukuthi lapho kwase kuba uye unqoshishilisi usephethe konke ashoyo ukuthi kwenziwa njani.
Kunjalo.
Yes.
And now and obviously he was off duty, now he booked himself on duty. What was your understanding? Was your understanding that he was then going to continue with the operation, being in charge?
Lo muntu off. Duku sebuyile uyasifaka emsebenzini. Kuwe kwathini kusho ukuthi usazoqhubeka lokho ephethe a controller lo mphenyo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is like that.
Chair, perhaps before I forget, in relation to the statement, just for your notes, about Nyusa, it's in his statement at page 8, paragraph 26, where he references the discussion with Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Utshela ke umphathi ukuthi abheke ku page 8 lapho kwakhulunywa nawo uMpangase.
Mr. Skakane, because it's not in one of the files that we have, is it not better to flight it? At least we can look at it on the screen.
I'll request that it be done, yes.
Kuthiwa ke kuzoba ngcono bayibeke lapha sokwazi sonke ukubona kukhulunywa ngani lapha phezulu.
Sorry, Mr. Skakane, are you not able to move on to something else that will not require flighting, perhaps, so we continue, we don't have to have a stand down?
I think that's how I was saying, perhaps let's just note it down and then
All right, yeah,
But I
please
think-
continue so long then.
Sizozama siqhubeke ngokunye sisalokhu silinde lokhu ukuthi kulungiswe.
Then,
It looks like, yeah, our screens have come back on.
thank you. I think, Chair, let me take your point, otherwise we delay some 2 minutes here. That's.
Is what we have in front of us not what you
No,
wanted
it's
to
not what,
take us to?
yeah,
Oh,
no,
all right,
no, it's
okay,
not.
all right.
He's
let's do
got
that.
several statements, but he does mention that. But I was just referring into that paragraph of his statement.
Okay,
Just to-
singeke sisaqhubeka ngalokhu, ya?
Just to move, just to move then to the depot, right? You get there and obviously everyone was assigned a particular role and your role was to take notes of the search.
Asiyeni ke lapha ke Deco, wonke umuntu besayazi ukuthi yini indima yakhe efuneka ayenze. Njengoba nawe kwase kwaziwa ukuthi kufuneka wenzeni.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jacob, perhaps let me ask it differently. Jacob was in charge and took decisions.
Sibe kanjeni uJacob uye wayempathi lapha esho ukuthi kufuneka kwenziwe kanjani. Yes.
Did you question him about some of his decisions?
Ngabe khona la wathi yendoda lezi ezinye izinto umbuzo ukuthi kwenza kanjani lokho khona ukwambuza mhlawumbe into ecishe ife njengale.
Cha.
No.
And then you open the container. I'll skip some of the things. When you opened the container, it seems that everyone says the same thing. 27 bags, rather, were in the container and that were offloaded.
Kunya sibeke eceleni kodwa nasuvula i-container la kunjalo yini kwakunama bag ikhwama eziku 27.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
And then there's just on this point, one question about the decision to transport the exhibits. Now we've got them as exhibits and the applicable and certain prescripts would apply. Yes. Okay, so I'm saying now we've got these exhibits
Sesinawo ke lama exhibit manje.
and the relevant prescripts would then apply.
Nokuthi sekuzobhalwa kukhonjiswe ukuthi yini kusekuzobonakala manje. Yes.
Now, there's a decision that the exhibits must be transported to Isipingo.
Kwase kuba khona isinqumo sokuthi lezi exhibit funeka ithathwe ihanjiswe isiwe eSiphingo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jacob has come and said he took that decision.
Jacob yena ufikile la uthi uye wathatha leso sinqumo.
Akunjalo.
No, it is not.
Who took the decision?
Ubani weza leso sinqumo?
uJacob wafonela province. Kushuthi wafonela uNyusu.
Wafonela bani?
Ubrigadier uNyusu.
Jacob's phone Brigadier Musa at province
Emchazela ngesimo esasibhekene naso ngaleso sikhathi.
and took him through the situation which we're faced with at that particular time.
So
Sorry, were you not talking about the removal to Isipingo? This,
Kuthiwa ufune sibeyazi ukuthi sikhulume ngokuhanjiswa kwalezi zinto.
it's about moving them from the depot to Isipingo.
Sikhuluma ngokususa eDepot lezi zinto ziya eSiphingo.
yeah.
Yes.
Is that what you are addressing, warrant officer?
Ngabe uphendula leyo nto?
Bengaphenduli.
No, I was not.
I could tell.
Uthi uzibonile ukuthi hayi umpapathekile ushonele kodwa ke sisezukutholile.
Uyena wathatha decision.
He's the one who took the decision.
He being Jacob.
Usho ukuthi uJacob. Yes.
And did he consult any of you about this decision?
Ngabe ukhona owamthinta emtshela ngale decision?
Cha.
No.
And did you find it, you didn't find anything untoward about the decision?
Wena ngokwakho awukho kwakuthinta kwakuthusa ngale sinqumo.
Lutho.
Nothing.
Chair, I won't belabor the point, I think around that it has been dealt with and what Jacobs conceded himself. Then let's move to Isipingo, where the exhibits are taken.
Before you do that, let's look at your paragraph 10
Bheka paragraph 10 lapho
of the statement,
statement
the current statement.
samanje.
Page 2, you're there.
Page 2 fikile lapho?
Yep,
Page 2.
yep.
Yes.
Yes. In that statement, you say that you recorded the names of people present on the scene. Among those that I had noted were Sergeant Mkize, Governor Kuzwayo, who were present during the search of the container. Is that correct? Were these 3 police officers present during the search?
Wena ke ngokuya kwakho ubhalise ukuthi kwaba khona labantu abathathu Mkhize no Governor no Khuzwayo. Yilabo bantu abathathu labo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is. So
What did they do during that search, according to you?
ngokuya kwakho njengoba kuphenywa lapho kuseshwa bebenzani bona?
Babe khona bebuka ngangathi sisebenza.
They were just around there observing while we were working.
Yes. You see, these 3 officers have deposed to affidavits, which are before they have statements which are before the commission. We've also had the evidence of Colonel Jacobs, who in the end, their testimony, the 4 of them say, these were called after you had unloaded the bags from the container, they were called to provide transport to go to Isipingo police station. That's when they were brought in to come and help take these to Isipingo. They were not part of and did not observe the search.
Uyabona ke ndoda kukhona into incwadi eyabhala affidavit incwadi efungelwe ukubhaliswa eyabhaliswa yilabo abathi uJacob naku unasesho la nasechaza la uthi yawo laba bantu abethathu bekhona la nivele ukuthi bazokwazi ukuthi bancedise ukuhambisa to transport, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, bazokwazi ukuncedisa ukuthi bahambise lezi zinto kuya le. Hayi ukuthi bebela ngoba bazoncedisa ukusesha ukuphenya.
Babe khona. Into engayibhala phansi le yabantu ababe khona beobserve.
They were present. This is what I have noted and written in my statement, that
Yeah.
they were observing there.
Yes, maybe, yes, you have written it in your statement. I can see it, I'm reading it. That's not the issue, whether it's written or not. The issue is whether they were there to be part of the operation or to transport, just to provide transport, because they were busy with their own operation. That's what they tell us in their statements. They were there for their own operation, not as part of your operation. Then they get called. Once you've taken the bags out, they were asked to come and help transport because they had the correct transport for it to go to Isipingo, to carry these bags, not what you're saying.
Sorry.
Sorry, you can carry on, Mr.
Uyakubona ukubhalile impela lokho kushoyo. Kodwa kuzwakele kahle kuchazwe yibona ukuthi babezisebenzela wabo umsebenzi indawo thizeni kodwa ngoba bebenendlela noma into yokwazi ukuthi ilayishe lo mthwalo. Into efanelekile ukulayisha lo mthwalo. Yikho babizwa ukuthi bazokwenza lokho. Kwakuyileyo nje kuphela into bebezoyenza ukuncedisa ukuhambisa, hayi ukuthi babe yiphathi kule operation.
Commissioner Baloyi, into engayisho ukuthi ngabhala phansi kwi-note phansi ukuthi abantu ababe khona osibanibani nosibanibani. Nje mase ngiqeda ngiyobhala kwi-diary ngaphinde ngayitransfer leyo information ngayifaka kwi-diary ngase ngibhala i-statement sokuthi abantu ababe khona osibanibani nosibanibani.
Commissioner Baloyi, I did indeed put this on my notes, After that, transferred it to diary and later put it into my statement that those people were there, present, observing.
Yes. I don't think it makes it truthful that you wrote it in your diary and in your statement. I now want to read for you what one of them says. And I've told you all three of them have submitted statements, and Colonel Jacob as well. He started out saying they were part of the operation and ended up conceding that they were just there to provide transport.
Uyabona ngempela labantu bazile bakhuluma naye uJacob washo ukuthi ngempela laba bantu kakhulu ingqikitha yelo daba labo bakhona lapha ukuthi bancede ngokunto yokuhambisa transport.
Yebo bona babizwa sebehambile after sebebonile.
Imake mina ukuthi babizwa sebehambile ubani ohambile ubani babizwa
Ona umkhize benogavenda. Babizwa sebehambile ukuthi bazosiza.
bebekhona bahamba babizwa futhi.
Yes.
What actually happened, they were there, they left, and they were recalled to come back to assist.
Yes, that's another issue I was going to take with you. You are the only one who says that, but let me read what Govender says. Govender says, Sergeant Govender says, on that date, I'm told I should refer you to page 627. We can read it together, file 2.
627,
File 2.
52. Where do show lento show? Bona uzofundelwa ukuthi bayibe ngayiphi le ndlela bona.
Okay. So you see, I want you to go to paragraph 3 rather. But it starts at paragraph 2 where he explains he was on duty on the 22nd of June 2021. He was posted as a driver of a marked state motor vehicle, conducting container inspections at the CHC and ICS depots. And then he says, whilst busy with container inspection at the CHC depot, which is where we know that this container was found, I was approached by 2 other police officials dressed in civilian attire. They identified themselves as Lieutenant Colonel Jacob from the DPCI and another Captain Duma from Crime Intelligence. They had inspected, so when they approached him, they had already inspected container number and had identified some black canvas bags that allegedly had cocaine in them. Sergeant Mkize and I were requested to assist with loading these bags into our vehicle and in conveying them to Isipingo SAP. And then in paragraph 5, he says this is what they did. They then loaded the bags and then counted them and they proceeded to Isipingo. So the same with Mkize and the other one that were there. They give the same story. Colonel Jacobs, like you, started off by saying they were part of the inspection, like you, and ended up accepting that, in fact, yes, they were approached to come and provide transport. They were not part of the inspection. So if you insist and you want to rely on your pocketbook, your diary, and your statement, that's what you recorded, it means you recorded a falsehood. You recorded something that did not happen. It did not happen that way according to these people that transported those drugs, according to Colonel Jacobs. So you being untruthful, if that's what you are recorded on that day, because that's not what happened.
Mne wethu ke ufundelwe ngikholwa ukuthi ukuzwile konke kufundiwe lapha angithi nje kodwa ke kubonakala ngathi ngendlela ebengakhona cishe wenza iphutha ngokuhlonipha singathi ubhayizile kodwa ubheke ngendlela okungayona akusiyindlela eyenzekele ngakho ngendlela wena usho ngakhona
into eyenzeke kudala kakhulu le but uma kuwukuthi ngabhala ukuthi babe khona angisiboni isidingo sokuthi ngibhale ukuthi bakhona babe khona kwisimo babona bebengekho.
Yeah, I know this took place some time back, but I don't see any purpose or reason for saying that they were there when they were not.
What we suggested or put to Colonel Jacob and why he would say that they were part of the operation is because he wanted to create an impression that other SAPS members other than yourself and Sibia, who had absolutely no experience in these kind of operations, and him who came back from leave just to do this operation and disappear on the same day. The reason you say there were other people, other police officers, is to create the impression that this was a legitimate SAPS operation that involved other officers of the SAPS. That's the reason you would mention other people as being part of the operation, part of the inspection, when in fact they were not.
Kubonakala ngathi ke hendoda wena ufaka laba bantu ukuthi kubonakale sengathi lento beyenzeka lapha beyisemthethweni iyenziwa uwe namaphoyisa omthetho kanti eqinisweni ubona ngathi bekunganjalo.
Ngiyakuphika lokho.
I dispute.
Ngisasho namanje ukuthi ngangeke ngibesane ngithi uSayidini Mkhize noSayidini Gavenda babe lapha uma babengekho.
I wouldn't have mentioned that they were actually there if it was not the case.
Namanje futhi ngithi ngiyacabanga ukuthi why would I say that?
I'm scratching my head even now. Why would I do that?
Mr. Skakane, it looks like we have a technical problem. I'm looking at our screens. There are vertical black bands that are hiding some of the wording and all over the page. And surely those cannot be intended reductions. Yeah, look at that.
Bona sibheka lapha phezulu umabona kude lo hey khona imigqa lapha emnyama man iyaphazamisa ngathi khona into engahambi kahle ngalezinto.
Even dates, no, addresses where the depot is, surely it could not have been intended to redact that. And also the container number, we have seen that container number several times. The people who are assisting technically at the back, do you have I wonder if they have any, please come close to us.
Ay kuba inenkinga ndoda yazi nemniningwane ebalekile lapha ku container number ama address. Ay ngathi cishekile lapha valekile ngalokho umnyama. Awuthi babize labo engineer mhlambe bayazokwazi ukusinceda lapha.
You do see what's happening there. It cannot be intended reductions. Oh. Is there an explanation, Mr. Skakane?
Chair, I'm told that it's the file from which they were flighting is corrupted. So I think we'll have to check it.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Labembuza ngencazelo uthe ngathi cishe kwaba khona inkinga nje nyazi zomshini lo ngakhona. Wona soqhubeka.
Okay, Warrant Officer, just to complete this discussion with you.
But you sorry. You have no difficulty though, Warrant Officer, because you are reading from a hard copy. Is that so?
Awuna inkinga ngoba unikwe iphepha lokuthi ufunde uzibonele.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to complete this part, the other thing that you are the only one who is saying, and the three ORS, I think we're told they are ORS members who were there, Gavenda Mkhize and the other one that I don't remember, I think it's Kuzwai, and Colonel Jacob do not say, is that the three came to your scene, left, and were called back. You're the only one that's saying that. All four of them say they were brought in and helped with taking these bags onto their vehicle, drove with you to Isipingo police station. These things were offloaded at Isipingo, and then they left to go and carry on with their functions. You say they were there present, looking. In fact, you say they were part of the inspection. During the search of the container, you say they were present, they left, and then they were called back. You're the only one that's saying that.
Uyabona kufanele sikuzwe kahle la. Laba bantu bane kahle kahle. Gavena umkhize nokhuzwayo sifake na uJakobe. Bona bathi hoye bebekhona labantu beyingcenye yokuphenya la kwenziwa lena. Kodwa okumangazayo nguwe wedwa cha othi labantu babakho bafika bahamba base bayabuya. Kuza kanjani?
Iyangimangaza ke leyo ngoba
It is beyond my apprehension. I don't know.
ngoba into engayibhala phansi engibhalela istatement emi into engangibhale kuma notes ami.
Because what reflects here, it's what I put on my handbook.
Yes. I think the simple point I tried to make earlier was the fact that you are repeating it because you put it in your handbook and you repeat it in your statement today. It doesn't make it truthful. That therefore it is a fact. That's what happened. What I want to put to you is the probability here is that the four are telling the truth of what happened. You are making up a story. And you may be making up that story because that's what you discussed with Colonel Jacobs, that we will say that these three people were there when we did the search. We will say that. And what you didn't realize is he comes and testifies and concedes that that is false to say they were there when you were conducting the search. And you're still stuck with that story that you concocted with him. Do you want to comment on that?
Uyabona ke uthi nayibheka kahle la kuyehluza le ndaba. Hey. Laba bantu bayisho ngalendlela bayibeka ngakhona. Wena ukuthi ubhala ama notes. Waqhubeka wabhala lokho. Makuba mangahlaza, lokuqhubeka mangahlaza. Aqhubeka mangahlaza. Ama notes ini ku statement. Ngoba kubonakala ngathi wena nahlanganisa amakhanda nalo Jacob. Nathi hayi sizoyibeka ngalendlela. Kanti emva kwalokho segcina uzimbamba ngci yena wavuma athi hayi ngempela vele kwenzeke ngalendlela bayishoyo. Wena uthini ngalo?
Ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Baloyi kodwa into engayisho ukuthi ayikho into engayihlanganisa noJacob. Into engishoyo lento ama notes engawabhalayo iwona lawa enzwa ukuthi ngibhale le statement leso. Ngisho ukuthi abantu ababekhona lapha uSibanibani noSibanibani angizange ngihlanganise lutho noJacobs. Angakaze ngikhulume lutho futhi noJacobs.
Commissioner Baloyi, I hear you, but I'll stuck and reiterate that there was nothing untoward that me and Jacob came to agree upon. Just what is on my notes is the truth reflection of what transpired.
Thank you. Thanks, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you. Just on that point, just to present it as your version, at page 656, your initial statement in
Yeah,
November
556.
2021, it's under CJC 244, page 656.
Yeah, I told him no way.
Yebo ngithola.
Yes, found it.
And you're at the bottom, this is where we're dealing with the opening of the container.
Ezansi la ukhuluma ngokuthi nasekuvulwa icontainer.
You don't mention just, and this time you're.
I think, sorry, Mrs. I think until the problem has been resolved, you should just give up on flighting these. Thank you.
Kuthiwa hayi indoda vele uyeka lento hayi sekuyenziwe.
Sure.
This one
I'm
telling you.
referring to-
Batshela yena hayi wena. Uqonde kulo nqo kulo baba. Hayi wena ungayeki kushelwa yena ukuthi sesizamile ukuthi ilungiswe lento.
So I just wanted to refer maybe Commissioner Baloyi to that, is that you don't mention that the seal was broken in the presence of those officials.
Kusaqala okunye kuzwakala ukuthi akukho la okukhulunywa ngokuthi lamasili aqhekezwa avulwa bekhona laba abanye.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho.
I hear that.
Can you perhaps explain the difference?
Ungabe ungakhona ukuchaza umehluko?
Mhlawumbe ngakhohlwa ukufaka kwi-statement.
Maybe I might have just forgotten to insert that statement.
Now, if we are to talk of the probabilities as Commissioner Baloyi points them, is that at this time, and I think you'll recall earlier we spoke that, or you said at this time, your mind was fresher about the events.
Ukuthi ke sibo ukuthi mhlambe kwengenzeka ukuthi uyakhumbula uke wathi futhi ngaleso sikhathi ingqondo yakho uyayisakhanya bha isase fresh
Yebo.
ngokwenzekile.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you also said that you relied on your notes.
Washo futhi ukuthi wena bothembele kulama notes wakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
But an important fact is missing from this.
Kodwa ke kuyabonakala into ebalulekile la ukuthi ayikhona ngathi akuhamba ngalo ndlela.
Ngiyakuvuma lokho.
I do concede, accept it.
And then in your later statement, that fact comes back.
Kodwa emva kwesikhathi sebuyabuya futhi leyo nto oyishilo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And just to follow up or to just get some clarity, in terms of these statements, Colonel Jacob came and testified and said at some point in relation to another incident, he spoke to members that were present at the scene about some of the events. Did you interact with him about these events, let's say this year?
Jacob lokuthi ke kuwe kwenzeka khuluma nangezinye indaba zenye into ezenzeka kwenye izinye indaba wasabe exoxisana ekhuluma nabantu ngaleyo ndaba kungenzeka ukuthi nawe wakhuluma mhlambe khona ukukhulumisana naye ngama event namanye
Mhlambe u-advocate Skakhane
mhlambe
u-advocate mengasangikhumbuza ukuthi ukhuluma ngamaphi ama-events.
Advocate, if you can duly remind me, maybe I would recall.
We'll go to it. It was about the Ispingo, which we are going to now, about whether the exhibits were going to be stored at Ispingo or be sent to Potchefstroom.
Uthi ke asizoya lapho kuleyo ndawo khona manje ukuthi kahle kahle lama exhibit ngabe aye eSphingo noma ePotchefstroom na.
So I'm saying that was an example. He says he was reminded.
Yebo kuthiwa ke yiso into aye example ayishilo mayikhunjuzwa.
Angazi noma
Okay, let me explain further. So what it would appear is that Colonel Jacob must have had some discussion around the events at Isipingo, which is one of the issues around this, these exhibits. Now I want,
No, carry on.
apologies. Now what I want to know is, it would seem to me that it would be probable that other issues may have been discussed. Now, I want to understand whether generally you did discuss the events around this thing with Colonel Jacobs anytime this year.
Yabona kuyabonakala sengathi kwaba khona ukukhulumekayo mayelana nalama event Kodwa ufuna ukwazi kahle kahle ukuthi ngabe wena uke waba nengxoxo thizeni no Jacob in this year, you said. Kulonyaka.
Sixoxa sikuphi?
Discussing where?
It's either you did or you didn't, I don't know.
Nembuzo ukuthi wakwenza noma kwenza.
Angikhumbula.
I do not recall.
Thank you. Chair, I do apologize. The error of those black markings, it happens in not all the pages, it would seem, some of the pages. The page that I want to refer to is fine, is not corrupted. Can I display it so that we move over it? And it's in relation to Brigadier Nyusa's statement, which I think, so that we close the chapter.
All right, that's in order.
It's exhibit file.
Uthi ngenhlanhla ke hayi ukuthi lo into umnyama lokho akukho konke indawo. La siyakhona manje abupho lo misizobona kahle. Sikhuluma ngakho manje.
Same, is it the same file?
It's the same file, file two,
Kuyo yona leyo file
page 584.
584.
So this is a statement from Brigadier Nyusa talking about the events of this day,
A statement sakanyuso esishoyo ukuthi kwayenzakalani ngalelo langa.
22 June 2021.
Kulo date.
Yes, Yalma.
On the fourth paragraph,
Paragraph yesine.
he says, and I quote, on Thursday morning of the 22nd June 2021, I received a call from Warrant Officer Mpangase from Durban Serious Organized Crime Unit informing me that crime intelligence has contacted him regarding a container at Isipingo which might have drugs and that he was proceeding there with Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer Sbia, all from Durban Serious Organized Crime.
Ngiyakubona.
Would you still maintain that you didn't speak to him?
Uma usamile lapho ukuthi wena uzange ukhulume naye.
Ubrigadier Nyusa indoda eqotho. Uma ekhuluma kanje kusho ukuthi ngakhuluma naye.
You see this Brigadier
Nyusa.
Nyusa is a man of integrity. So if he mentions that I did, that would mean that is a fact. I did speak to him.
Then, Commissioners, please put that file not too far, but far out of your desk. We'll go back to the statement. But just for the benefit of the warrant officer, if we go to the
Yes, Mrs. Kagane.
apologies, Chair, I see the time is moving too fast for me. I just thought I should present what is in front of me, even to the benefit of Warrant Officer Nyuso. Can I ask that we go to page 800 of the exhibit file, that's file 3. And that's CJC 268. This is the investigation diary. Warrant Officer, can you confirm?
Yeah.
Investigation there, yes.
Who completed it?
Yagcwaliswa ubani?
Emina.
I did.
we'll come back to the other events that are recorded in this diary. But at paragraph 4,
Uzobuya kwezinye igigaba ezenzakala la kodwa ufuna ubheke ku paragraph 4
Yeah.
which goes on to page 801 from 800, which seems to suggest, maybe perhaps read it for the record, I'm not, so that I don't,
uthi
misread.
ngangcono ukuthi wena ufundele nje phezulu ngokwakho kusokwazi ukuthi angathi ngathi ubuyo uthini.
The container was properly closed and locked, the seal intact. The seal was broken and the container was opened in the presence of the supervisor of the warehouse, customs official, Ndutugo Kuzwayo, ORS members, Sergeant Mkiza and Sergeant Kavenda, and 27 black canvas bags were observed placed right at the end of the cargo or commodity just behind the container doors.
Thank you, and you entered these details when?
Wakubhala nendoko
2206.
And if you turn over to page 802, we see your name just as the one that signed, but we see, is that your signature and name?
Yeah, but
yes
Do you confirm that what is recorded here is accurate?
yeah, but
It's
I
accurate
do.
in all respects.
yes.
Thank you. Then may we move to the other part, which is about transporting the exhibit.
Should we close this file?
Yes, please, apologies, yes. It was just to clarify those affidavit and statements and
ungayivali
the version.
eceleni sedlulile lapho.
Apologies. We then, that decision to transport the exhibit, you have already said that it was taken by Colonel Jacob without consulting you.
Yes.
Ushilo ke nje besho ukuthi isinqumo sokuthatha uJacob angazange athintane nawo. Yes.
Okay. Then you loaded the exhibit and then you go to Ispingo, sorry, yes.
Nase nikuthatha lokho mama exhibit nase niqhubeka nesiphingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Colonel Jacobs discuss with you and or Warrant Officer Spear or as to what would happen?
Ngabe uJacob lo waxhumana nawe waxoxa kuNosibiya nawe nesibiya ukuthi kusuka lapho kuzokwenzakalani?
Which is ama drugs police station Spingo.
That we were going to put the drugs in Sipingo's police station.
So the idea was that the drugs, the exhibits were going to be stored at the Ispingo police station.
Ukuthi ke uthi wena kwakusho ukuthi la ama exhibit ayobekwa eSipingo's police station.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
And then at this point, in this understanding, what would be your role?
Ngaleso sikhathi wena yini indima yakho umsebenzi wakho ngaleso sikhathi? Yini?
Ukuphelezela nje sihambe siyofaka ama drugs.
Just to accompany to go and store the drugs.
Then you arrive at Ispingo, and one of the things that seem to be contentious is around the booking in and the booking out of the exhibits.
Iyafika ke siphingo lapho kodwa kukhona into ethanda ukuxaka la ukuwafaka nokuwakhipha le exhibit lapho esiphingo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the decision to book them out, who took that decision?
Angithi uyazi ukuthi hayi sasithi uyathatha uyabhuka niyasho ukuthi ngiyabhala la ukuthi ezokhishwa. Ngubani oweza nalombono leso sinqumo leso?
Mina ngatshela uKenneth Jacob ukuthi aswabhuke out ngoba sohambise ePortshepstone.
I was instructed by Colonel Jacobs that we should book them out and transport them to
Portshepstone.
Potchefstroom.
And then, let's then start with the booking in. We'll come back to that question, to that point.
Sizoqala ke la na ebhukwa in efakwa lapha sizobuye sibuya muva kuloko ku.
In your statement, as I understand it, you were the one booking the exhibits in the sub-stating register.
Nasibheka ku statement sakho ukuthi nguwena ngqo owayebhala ebhukha in lama exhibit la.
Kunjani?
That is so.
Can I just have a moment? Now, in terms of your experience, had you done a similar, well, you had said you never done a similar operation, am I correct?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi njengoba sithela sibheka ku experience yakho uthe awukaze ukube dihlangana nento enje uyenze into enje.
Angakazi.
I had never done it.
And then how were you then going to complete the sub-stating register? Did you seek any guidance from anyone?
Ingabe ke nakwebe kunjalo uzokwazi kanjani ukuthi ubhalise lapha noma uzocela omunye akuncede?
Akekho umuntu engizomcela ngatshela uKenneth Jacob ukuthi angifake ama-exhibit kwi-register.
I did not ask anybody else. I was told by Jacobs that I must book them in the register.
Nokuthi entarisha ama-exhibit kwi-exhibit 13 ngiyakwazi.
And the fact that I was glued up about entering this exhibit into the register, I know it.
This is something we had done before.
Uke wakwenza phambilini.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
Perhaps I seem to be confused so I just want to understand. So you had,
Yeah, my sense was that there was confusion between operation and entering exhibits in an exhibit register. I think his response earlier was, or rather, when responding earlier, he appears to have been under the impression that the question related to an operation of this nature. And did I understand you correctly, Warrant Officer?
Ngabe mhlambe ekuqaleni sicabange ukuthi mhlambe wena bokhuluma uthi mayelana ne-operation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, perhaps let me be specific so that we are clear and we don't come
Uthi
to the wrong
uzoqonda
conclusion.
go straight njengerula. Ungalokhu sibhayiza sishona ukuzobuza lokho afuna ukubuzakho.
Had you, earlier we spoke about you having experience in narcotics. What I want to know, had you then had some experience about entering suspected drugs exhibits in the sub-stating register?
Yebo ushilo ukuthi ngathi naso isipiliyoni sama narcotics kodwa ke umbuzo ukuthi ngabe ulwazi bonalo yini lokubhalisa
Yebo,
ku-enter?
benginalo.
Yes, I had.
And in registering these exhibits, was it not needed that they have exhibit bags?
Manje ukubhalisa lapha bekungekho isidingo ukuthi le ikhwama kufanele zibe khona nazo la.
Kwakufanele.
Yes, we're supposed to.
And in the absence thereof,
Manje njengoba zingekho,
Saqhubeka sawafaka.
we proceeded, carried on putting them in.
so how was the register completed?
Manje ugcwalisa kanjani i-register?
Ngokudescribe ukuthi yini leyo ifaka kwi-certificate.
Describe that?
Ama-exhibits.
By describing the exhibits.
Okay, can I just request you to speak up at some point?
Sicela uphakamise izwi mnewethu kuzozwakala kahle ukusho.
Okay. Now, I want us to go to your paragraph 13 of your statement.
Paragraph 13 ku-statement sakho.
There are different versions which we've had between Jacob, Sbia, and yourself in your statements.
Kukhona la kungahambisani khona kwinto ezikhulunyiwe uSibiya uJacob nawe.
And you say you requested the exhibit clerk, and I take that, who was the exhibit clerk? Let me just not assume.
Uthi ke wacela unobhala uclerk ku-exhibit lapho uthi ubani loyo? Perumal.
Is it Warrant Officer Jayanathan Perma?
Uye loyo?
Uyena.
China. Yes, that's the one.
And you say that you spoke to him or approached him so that you can get exhibit bags.
Uthi ke wena waya kuye wakhuluma naye ngamakhwama zema-exhibit.
Yebo ngakhuluma naye.
Yes, I did speak with him.
And at this time, your capacity is just being of assistance.
Ngaleso sikhathi indima efuneka idlala ukunceda nje.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
And in your knowledge, you were to leave the exhibits at Isipingo.
Ngokwazi kwakho kwakufuneka nje ushiye lama exhibit esiphingo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is like that.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to talk or refer you to an engagement that Jacobs has, but what is of interest to me is if we go to that file 2 of the exhibit file and go to the statement or Perumal's statement.
Nabe shukule file abakulethela yona lapho.
It's CJC 243, but particularly it's page 593. This is a statement by Warrant Officer Perumal, the exhibit official at Isipingo.
Statement sakho Perumal lapho esiphingo.
Ngiyasibona.
I see it.
He refers at paragraph 3
Ku paragraph 3 la khombisa khona, sikhomba khona.
he refers to a discussion with Colonel Jacob.
Yes, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
But he does not refer to a discussion with you.
Kodwa kukho la show ukuthi kwaba khona uxoxisana. Now,
Ngiyabona.
I see that.
Would you say he's wrong?
Usho ukuthi ngabe impazamo kuyena?
Kungenzeka ukuthi wakhuluma no Colonel Jacob kanti nami futhi ngakhuluma naye mayelana nama.
It is possible that he spoke with Colonel Jacobs, but I also spoke with him.
Indoda.
Yeah, with him.
Then, if I may request that we go back to your earlier statement at page 656.
Ucela ubuyele emuva kwi-statement sakho le nombolo eshoyo 656.
We've referred to the statement, but particularly I'm interested at page 657, your paragraph 8. And again, I remind you that this is 23 November 2021, and the events were still fresh. At paragraph 8 of your statement, this is when you deal with booking the exhibits. You then do not refer to any engagement with Warrant Officer Perumal, as fresh as
Uyabona ke lapho lento ebhayo lapho kwakusasekushe kumqondweni wakho sakhumbula kahle. Kodwa kukho nakuphi la osho khona ukuthi kunaba khona ukukhulumisana ukuxhumana naye uPeramel.
U-advocate uchaza ukuthi akukho la ngibhale khona ukuthi sake sakhuluma noPeriman mayelana nama-exhibit bags.
Advocate, are you giving an impression that at no time had I communicate with him about the bags?
No, perhaps let me ask it differently. In your earlier statement, you did not record this fact that you spoke to Warrant Officer Perumal about the exhibit bags.
Uthi kubeka kuwe ukuthi statement sokuqala akukho la kubonakala khona la ubhale khona ukushoyo ukuthi wakhuluma naye.
Ngiyezwa.
I do hear that.
Then, if I may request that we also go to file 3.
File 3.
We've just referred to this, and I asked you, this was the investigation diary which you completed or entered.
Investigation ke waya complete uwe.
Please give him the page number.
Oh, apologies, page 80801, apologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
800, it continues to 801. Oh, apologies, 801 to 802, yes.
So we 801 kuya ku 802.
And you said the entry number is what?
Entry 8.
Oh, thank you.
Uzwile ke entry 8.
Ngiyezwa.
Yes.
And you completed this, and perhaps you'll pardon me if I miss it, but I could not locate where you refer to your interaction with Warrant Officer Perumal.
Uthi akhoya wo wayigcwalisa lento. Kodwa uthi umxolele makube mhlambe wenza iphutha kodwa akaboni lapho la osho khona ukuthi waxoxisana nalo.
Yebo akukho.
Yes.
If I may ask, without being presumptuous, what would have been the rationale for that? Was it not significant, or according to you?
Uthi naye yabuza. Uthi ngabe kwenziwa yini lokho? Mhlambe wabona ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi lento le ayishonto akubalulekile mhlambe. Yikho ngakufaka?
Ngingasho ukuthi kwasala ngephutha.
I would say it was mistakenly left out.
Okay, thank you. If I may request that we put that file away, I see that the time is
And
one.
maybe just. We will take the adjournment now and come back at 2 p.m. And at 2 p.m. We will hear Mr. Shaskalsin and continue with Warrant Officer Mpangas thereafter. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Siyodla
One. All right, it's 13:59. Good afternoon. We are ready to resume the afternoon session. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Put them on silent. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shaskalson.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioners, unfortunately, it was not possible to meet the timetables that were laid down for this application. The Commission only received the postponement application at 3:30 this morning, and the postponement application is a substantial application that raises non-frivolous issues to which we need to respond. My colleagues representing Mr. Karim were in touch with me on a regular basis yesterday, indicating their difficulties in getting the application to me or to us on time. So I don't want this to reflect on as criticism of them. It is not. The result is that the application will now have to be heard at the next available evidence slot, which is next week, Friday. And I have reached agreement with Mr. Premed on a way forward. We've prepared a draft ruling, which the Commissioners have in front of you. Maybe if I can read it out, and then if there are any issues, you can address them with me. So
Just a minute, Mr. Shaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. And I should also just place on record that Mr. Premed certainly volunteered to come here for this postponement by agreement, but after asking your consent, I told him it was not necessary. So he's not absent in defiance of the Commission or anything like that.
Yes, no. What we suggest, as you propose, we have read the draft ruling, Mr. Shaskalson, and I just whispered to my colleagues, they do not have a problem, nor do I with it. So what I will suggest is, as you said, for you to go through it so that when I grant the ruling, I do not have to read it myself.
Certainly, Chair.
Thank you.
And just to explain the structure, the ruling deals with two separate issues. One is the postponement application itself. The second is the in-camera application.
Please continue. Sorry, Mr. Shaskalson.
So the ruling in paragraph 1 deals with the postponement application, paragraph 2 with the in-camera application. Paragraph 1 says the postponement application will be heard at 11:30 on Friday, 24 July, on the basis of the following timelines. By 2000 hours on Friday, 17 July, that's today, 2026, the Commission will furnish Mr. Karim with a list of non-medical factual issues on which it presently reserves the right to take issue with the allegations contained in Mr. Karim's founding affidavit. 1.2, together with the list of non-medical factual issues, the Commission will furnish Mr. Karim with cell phone geolocation and call record data and any other investigative material currently in its possession on which it may rely in relation to the non-medical factual issues. 1.3, if further investigative material comes into the possession of the Commission and the Commission seeks to rely upon it in the postponement application, it will make that investigative material available to Mr. Karim as soon as possible. By 1300 hours on Tuesday, 21 July 2026, Mr. Karim will serve and file a consolidated founding affidavit in support of the postponement application which he served on the Commission at 03:30 on the morning of Friday, 17 July 2026. This consolidated founding affidavit will replace the founding affidavit filed at 03:30 on the morning of Friday, 17 July 2026. By 2000 hours on Wednesday, 22 July 2026, the Commission will serve and file its answering affidavit to the founding papers of Mr. Karim's postponement application. By 2000 hours on Thursday, 23 July 2026, Mr. Karim will serve and file his replying affidavit. And then 1.7, the parties will serve and file short heads of argument on the postponement application, also by 2000 hours on Thursday, 23 July 2026. So all of the papers in the postponement application will be in by 8 p.m. on Thursday, and it will be argued at 11:30 on Friday. In parallel, there is the process in relation to the in-camera application, which is dealt with in paragraph 2. And it reads as follows: the application of Mr. Karim for the postponement application to be heard in camera will be decided by written ruling of the chairperson handed down on or before 1800 hours on Thursday, 23 July, on the basis of the following timelines. By 2000 hours on Friday, 17 July 2026, the Commission will notify Mr. Karim whether or not it reserves the right to oppose his in-camera application. By 1600 hours on Friday, 17 July, that's 4 p.m. today, the Commission will post on its website a notice to the media indicating that 2.2.1, Mr. Karim's postponement application will be heard at 11:30 on Friday, 24 July 2026. 2.2.2, Mr. Karim has applied for his postponement application to be heard in camera. 2.2.3, a copy of the notice of motion in Mr. Karim's application detailing the in-camera protection that he seeks is attached to this notice marked A. 2.2.4, Mr. Karim seeks in-camera protection because he alleges that it is not possible for the postponement application sensibly to be heard in a manner that would separate information, the disclosure of which would implicate Mr. Karim's fundamental rights to privacy and dignity, from any other information to be canvassed in the application. 2.2.5, Mr. Karim alleges that the information implicating his fundamental rights to privacy and dignity is 2.2.5.1, private information relating to his medical condition and his medical treatment. 2.2.5.2, private information about Mr. Karim's family movements and the security threats he and his family have faced. 2.2.6, Mr. Karim submits that public disclosure of this information would, 2.2.6.1, risk serious harm to his treatment, dignity, standing within his religious community and public life. 2.2.6, place his children, it says their children, at further risk in circumstances where threats have already been made, comma, and 2.2.6.3 would prejudice his wife's independent business and livelihood, both of which have already been adversely affected by the publicity surrounding these proceedings. And then the process for the media is set out in 2.3. Any media organization seeking to oppose Mr. Karim's in-camera application must, 2.3.1, notify the Commission and Mr. Karim on or before 1700 hours on Monday, 20 July, of its intention to oppose the application. And 2.3.2, serve and file any submissions in support of its opposition on or before 1300 hours on Tuesday, 21 July, 2026. 2.4, beyond the notice described in paragraph 2.2 above, no media organization or member of the public will be given access to the application papers of Mr. Karim or the contents thereof prior to the ruling of the chairperson on the in-camera application. 2.5, if the Commission opposes the in-camera application, it will serve and file any submissions in support of its opposition on Mr. Karim on or before 1300 hours on Tuesday, 21 July 2026. 2.6, Mr. Karim will file his submissions in support of his in-camera application on or before 1700 hours on Wednesday, 22 July 2026. 2.7, there shall be no oral hearing in relation to the in-camera application.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. A ruling is granted in these terms.
Thank you, Chair, and may I now be excused.
Perhaps if you could, because I would assume that this also needs to be posted together with the notice referred to, if arrangements could be made for signature by the Commission Secretary who signs our rulings with an intro that says by order of the Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You are excused, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you again, Chair.
Will it take time for Warrant Officer Mpangase to be brought in? Do we have to go out?
I
Sorry?
do not think so, Chair. Let me,
Yeah,
you
if,
should have been outside.
yeah, let's wait and see, yeah. And how much more time do you think you require, Mr. Skakan?
Chair, I do not intend to elaborate beyond 3. I know my undertakings, but beyond 3, I don't think.
Beyond what?
I won't take beyond 3.
Beyond 3. Oh.
I think we've covered most of the ground.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, I do apologize. It seems our interpreter is now missing. He's the one that's missing. Oh. Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon once again, Warrant Officer. When we broke for lunch, we were dealing with the events at Isipingo Police Station and your interaction with Warrant Officer Perumal.
Ngaphambi kokuthi lunch salokhu sibambe iqhaza kule nto yasesiphingo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, at that time, one of the versions is that, mainly by Colonel Jacobs, is that he, at Isipingo, he then was to go back off duty to his leave and handed over the scene to you. But he puts it much stronger than that. He says he appointed you as the investigator.
Kutholakala ukuthi ke okunye okushiwo la kakhulukazi ngaye Jacob esiphingo lapho ukuthi ke ngoba phela wasefuneka ukuthi aye lifi atsho iphumule manje kwafuna ukuthi athathe intambo ayiphonse la kuwena.
Yebo. Yebo. Mayisehamba sesiqedile yonke into ukufaka ama exhibit kwi-13 sesizohamba isiphumile decision ukuthi sihambise ama exhibit ePortshepstone. Washo ukuthi ucela ukuthi ngihambe nabo laba abazoskhotha sihambise ama-exhibit ePotchefstroom.
Nihambe niwase ePotchefstroom.
ePotchefstroom, yes.
Yes, indeed. When the time arrived that he needed to leave, he actually handed over to me that I need to go with the people to
Potchefstroom.
Potchefstroom to transport those goods.
Wayesengicela ukuthi ngivule i-inquiry.
He then asked me to open an inquiry.
And I understand, I just want for the record, he appointed you as the investigator, you took over the inquiry.
Kusho ukuthi ngamanye amagama waseqopha wena kuyeqoka ukuthi kube uwothathayo qhubeke nge-inquiry.
Yebo njalo.
Yes, that's what he said.
And for how long did he mention?
For isikhathi esingakanani?
Uthe mayenginikeza ukuthi ngizoba investigating officer, ngamtshela ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuba investigating officer. Isizathu salokho ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi nganginama high profile cases engangiwaphenya.
Yes, when he informed me that I was going to be an investigating officer, I told him that I could not resume those duties because I had
High profile cases.
other high profile cases to handle.
Agwa SVC. SVC.
SVC,
Yeah, serious violent crime.
or a serious violence crime.
And futhi lawo ma cases kwawa ma cases ayehamba inkantolo.
And those cases were already in court.
So he was untruthful, therefore, in his evidence before us, that when he left Isipingo police station to go back on leave, remember he was off duty, when he left Isipingo police station to go back on his leave, he appointed you and you remained the investigating officer until he came back from leave. That evidence, from what you're saying, that evidence is untruthful.
Uyena ngokwakhe uJacob uyasho ukuthi ngempela kwabanjalo. Wathi nasehamba elifini wanikeza kuwe intambo, ndoda thatha qhubeka. Wena ke kwathi ngokuya kwakhe waqhubeka ngempela waze wayobuya sebuya impinda sebuyele ebuye elifini.
Nganqaba ukuba investigating officer.
No, I refused to be an investigating officer.
Into eyenzeka
What happened?
wangicela ukuthi ngiyovula i-inquiry, ngayivula i-inquiry ngase ngiyayigcina yaba ngakumina.
What happened was per his request, opened the inquiry, and I kept that inquiry with me.
Ngayigcina ukuthi azabuye ayithathe yena.
I retained it so that he would, until he came back
From leave.
from his leave.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, so your version is that he would be, his version that you were an investigating officer is untrue.
Hayi,
Ngokuya kwakho ke ukuthi lento ayishoyo ukuthi wena waqhubeka waba investigating umphenyi akusiliqiniso.
akusilona iqiniso.
It's untrue.
I think one of his, it's on both the 3rd of June and the 4th, that's what he confirmed about you. And then just to be fair to you also, Colonel's warrant officer Spear also said you were appointed as the investigating officer.
Kwazange kube kanye kwaze kwaba kabili ekusho lokho uJacob kanti futhi no warrant Spear usho ngempela kwabanjalo wena waqhuba umphenyi.
Yena wang-appoint ukuthi ngibe i-investigating officer, but nganqaba ngenxa yalezizathu esengiyishilo.
Yes, he did appoint me to be an investigating officer, but I did not accept it because of the already mentioned reasons.
Waze wathi angiyigcine i-inquiry aze abuye, and that is what I did.
Then he said I should keep that inquiry until he returns, and that is exactly what I did.
If I may, you may just clarify, and I take your version. In terms of the entries in the diary, just pardon, maybe it's my ignorance, it would be fine that you make the entries even if you are not the investigator.
Usho ukuthi vele la kubhaliswa khona ukubhaka khona ama-entry noma ungasa-investigate ufanele uyibhale leyo into lapho imininingwane.
Isizathu sokwenza ama-entries ingoba i-inquiry ayikumina ngaleso sikhathi.
Yes, the reason that the entries be done is because the inquiry had come to a standstill at that stage.
I'm not sure, I think it's that you were the one dealing with the inquiry, who had opened the inquiry. That's the reason you were making the entries in the investigation diary.
Ukuthi mhlawumbe isizathu sokuthi ubhalise lapha kwi-inquiry leyo show kungoba vele wena uwo uqhubeka ngophela.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it's like that.
Just while we're on the diary, if you go to file 3 of the exhibit bundle,
File 3 we exhibit bundle.
5-3. CJC 268
There is a leyo number.
and page 803.
803.
Yeah,
Yes.
page 803.
Maybe let's start at 802.
802.
Yes. So when you make those entries in the diary, was there an inspecting officer or someone who checked your entries?
Ma ubhala leyo kufaka lokho ukubhalisa lapho ngabe kukhona omunye wayekhona yini na ukwenza lokho?
No, akekho.
No one.
Then at 803, then that's where there's a handwriting. I'm not sure whose handwriting is that. At this point, this is 23/06/2021. There's an entry about a 24-hour inspection.
Uthi noma ngasazi kubonakala kahle ukuthi ubani wayebhala lapha kodwa kukhona umbhalo lo wange-23 ngoJune ngo-2021.
Who made this entry, do you know?
Ngabe wena uyazi?
Mangibheka la isandla sika nesignishe ka Lieutenant Colonel Jacob.
If I look at this, I would say the handwriting or the signature is that of Jacobs.
Then at the top there, the date is 2021/06/23.
Uyabona idate le ayibiza 23 ngoJune 2021.
Yebo ngiyabona.
Yes.
Does that reflect or does that relate to the date when this entry was made?
Ingabe yona idate esho usuku okwabhaliswa ngayo le nto bhalwe la entry?
Hey, angingazi.
I would not know. Ingabe uwabhala la entry?
Hayi,
No.
You say the signature at the bottom is whose signature? Are you able to tell? You're saying that's Lieutenant Colonel Jacob?
Kodwa uthi lo osayinile lapho Jacobs.
Yeah, asikhuluma ngento eyodwa la.
We're talking about one entry here.
Eku C04. Diary.
C04.
Yes, on the 23rd of June.
Yeah, ngomhla ka 23.
Yeah, Colonel Jacob.
Yes, it is Colonel Jacobs.
So does it mean he was back at work on the 23rd?
Usho ukuthi wayesebuyile emsebenzini ngalelo langa 23.
This is the day after the operation, right?
Emva ikuthi isuku elilandela ilanga le-operation.
Wayengakabuyi.
No, he had not come back then.
So how is that entry in your investigation diary?
Ingena kanjani ke i-signature yakhe lapho kulo diary?
Ay, angazi.
I don't have a clue.
Thank you, Mr. Skaka.
Diary not with you the whole time.
Kanti diary engagcinwanga nguwena sonke isikhathi le?
Yeah, it mean.
So how did Colonel Jacobs manage to put an entry in your diary on the day that he's not with you and he's on leave?
Manje mnewethu tshela thini kuza kanjani wangena kanjani ngomkhonyovu njani angene lapha esayinda engekho.
Hey, angikhumbula ngazi.
I don't remember, I do not know.
Does it mean you allowed Colonel Jacobs to insert a false entry into your diary?
Ngamanye amagama ukusho ukuthi uvuma ukuthi uKenneth Jacob afake lo diary yakho into ongayazi ungabonile.
Lutho angimvumelanga.
I did not give him that permission.
But where else would he have got your diary? If it's your diary, how else and where else would he have got it?
Kanjani umlinga ukhola kanjani ukuthi bese ayitholakala le diary kanti kuwena seyisayindile.
Mina mangibuka i-diary ngicina ukuyibhala okumhla 2306.
Wena.
Yeah.
Well, and I look at this. The last time I had some entry in the diary, it was on the 23rd, 06.
Yes, that we can see.
Siyakubona lokho.
So how is he able to put another entry on the same date when he's on leave and he's not with you?
Umbuzo omkhulu akekho. Ukhona la. Ngomoya thizeni ungene kanjani azosayinda la engekho kuzakala kanjani?
Anginaso isiqiniseko kodwa into engiyicabangayo ukuthi i-entry ayenze le esebuye emsebenzini wayeseyayi-backdate. Into engiyicabanga.
Nasebuye emsebenzini.
Yeah.
Well, without any certainty, but I'll presume that he entered this way on his arrival coming back from leave, and he backdated this.
Yes, that's the only logical answer.
Cishe ushayile ke leyo, cishe yazwakala ke leyo mpendulo.
Yeah.
The other possibility is he did come into the office, you gave him your diary, and he made that entry. That's the other possibility.
Uyazi
Now,
okunye
that
kukhona
on the
kungenzeka.
23rd itself.
Nase sibuka kabanzi, kungenzeka wafika. Umne wenu lo wathi ndoda wamnika wasayina.
Ngabe ngiyayikhumbula.
I would remember if that was the case.
You would remember it, but you wouldn't say it because on your construction and his construction, the story is he came in on the 22nd to run this operation, and he left from Esipingo police station, went back on leave. You tell us you took over from that point, which is what he tells us too. You took over from that point until he came back. You say you took over just to hold the inquiry file for him. He tells us you were the investigating officer and then he came back later when he finished his vacation leave and came back later. So this 23rd entry, it's your diary. You would, if he made the entry and backdated it, you would know, it's your diary. You would know.
Lalela ke mntu ngizoyiqala la emuva leyo emaphethelweni. Idiary yakho. Nguwena oyiphethe. Ukufanele wazi okwenzakalayo ngayo. Njengoba sechazile ucommissioner ukuthi uhambile lo muntu ngomhla ka 22 wabuya la efika kwenzeka yonke le ikuya diary. Manje kusho ukuthi cishe lokho okubhalile siyakuzwa. Ubhalile lokho okusho ukuthi kwenzele kodwa akusiyinto enzakele lapha ngendlela uyisho ngakhona.
Kungale ndlela engisho ngayo. I-diary ngenzeka ukuthi mina ngagcina ngale diary ukubhala. Yena wayesefaka la amanye ama-diary.
Amanye ama-date or ama-diary.
Yeah,
Khuluma ngama-diary or ngama-date.
ama-diaries.
Yes, well, according to me, the witness is showing Commissioner that as far as he's concerned, he's showing a page where he last entered this thing in a diary. I presume when he came back, he then entered other entries.
We know that you went back to Port Shepstone, DPCI, well, Port Shepstone Police Station and DPCI offices on the 23rd and the 24th. Am I correct with that?
Ngabe kunjalo ukuthi wena ngalelanga lela show ke 23 wena wase DPCI office.
Yebo,
Wagcina
kunjalo.
sofile nakhona kunjalo.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
Why is the 24th not in your diary? You have the 23rd.
Nasibheka idiary yakho. Kubhaliwe lapha ngomhla ka23. Kodwa ngomhla ka24 lutho. Kanjani?
Okungenzeka ukuthi i-inquiry engasekho kumina.
The possibility is that at that stage, the inquiry was no longer with me.
But it would still have been with you because you are holding for Colonel Jacobs and he's on leave on the 24th. What do you mean that
Cha
that-
mnewethu.
it's no longer with you?
Beyisasenawe ngoba phela uphathele uwophethe intambo. Usaselivini. Uwophethe izinto zikuwena.
Ya ngithi ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngaphandle kokuthi ingenzeka ukuthi inquiry engasekho kumina asikho esinye isizathu.
Well, the only reason I can think of, nothing else, is that the inquiry was no longer in my possession.
Okay. So who did you give the inquiry file to? Remember at this point, we're talking the 23rd to the 24th. I think Colonel Jacobs, we see him signing on the 29th. And I think he said he came back from leave around that time. So you have the inquiry file. He told you open the inquiry file. You opened it. When you say maybe the file was no longer with you, you must have given it to somebody by the 24th. That you must be able to tell us.
Yabona ke ndoda nasibheka njengoba sizwile 23 24 undoda uzowahamba wazoyenza ikhabutrehe sebuya ngayi20 boyi9 la icishe ke lapho wena lokhu iphethe ifile nokuvula ushaya ukuthi ukuvula wayecelile ukuthi uvule inquiry manje ugcina ukuthi beyingasekho kuwe chaza kanjani usho ukuthini
Okungenzeka ukuthi i-file kanye nama samples ngayinikeza warrant officer Sibia.
Yeah, there's a possibility that I handed these files over to Sibia,
Warrant officer Sibia.
warrant officer Sibia.
On the 24th, you would have already given it to Warrant Officer Sibia.
Ngomhla ka24 kusho ukuthi bosomnikile uSibia.
Ngicabanga kanjalo.
I think so.
Why would you give it to Warrant Officer Sibia and then still go to Port Shepstone, DPCI, and police station and take samples? On the day that you're doing that, why would your diary be, or the file, be with Sibia if you are doing that job?
Not uSibia unikwa kanjani lento kanti wena usaphethe naku phela ukuthi ntinini uyale ePort Shepstone DPCI. Phela lapho usalokhu khona nawe kule ndaba. Umnika kanjani ke uSibia?
uSibia ngimnika ngoba ngase ngikhulumile noJacob ukuthi ngeke ngiqhubeke nokuthi ngibe investigating officer.
I gave it to Sibia because I had already spoken to Jacobs that I was no longer going to carry on being an investigating officer.
Ngase ngimtshelile.
I had already told him.
Yeah, well, you told him on the scene that you won't be an investigating officer, and then he, at Port Shepstone, according to you, Isipingo police station, and he said, go open an inquiry file and hold it for him. So I'm discussing with you on the basis, at least for our discussion, I accept that's what happened, that at Isipingo, you said to him, I will not be an investigating officer, and he says to you, okay, open an inquiry file and hold it for me. Right? I accept that for our purposes. You say to us, and then on the 23rd, you went back and did something about these exhibits. On the 24th, you went back and did something about these exhibits. Why would you give the inquiry file that you are holding for Lieutenant Colonel Jacob? Why would you give it to Sibia when you are holding it for Jacob on the 24th?
Ndoda, uyabona kuzwakale kahle ngawakho amagama ukuthi yebo le ngxoxo yakhulunywa uJacob nawe ukuthi thathu investigate kwakusesiphingo lapha washo wena uthi ngeke nje ngokuya kwakho wanqaba Nkosi wasethi hamba uyovula open ama inquiry manje umbuzo omkhulu ukuthi ke ngeyi23 lokho ikuwe na ngeyi24 manje sekuza kanjani ngoba ikuwe lento so idlulisa kanjani uyinika omunye
Isizathu salokho ingenxa ukuthi one ngangayisebenzi
uzaso
ngangayisebenzi
awungayisebenzi okay
yes lesoqala izathu leso esesibili ukuthi ngathi mangikhumbula kahle ngathi mangibuya nama samples ePortshepstone ethe uJacob angwanikeze warrant officer Sibia ngasale sengimnikeza ne-inquiry yonke into.
Yes, I would give a reason like, firstly, I was no longer working on this case. And secondly, I went to fetch the samples and with the instruction of Jacobs, who was there, I must hand the sample over to Sibia. Then I took it upon me to give this thing as well to him, Sibia.
So when you returned from Potchefstroom, you still had the file with you?
Asiyesibe sizwe kahle. Na ubuye ePotchefstroom. Busaphethe kuwena
Mangikhumbula kahle.
if I remember correctly.
So why did you not make the entry in the diary before you gave to Sibia? You gave this file to Sibia.
Manje uyabuya lapho. Khumbula unenotebook, unepenseli. Kodwa ukubhala no24. Ukuthi kwenzakalani manje? Awubhalanga ndawo.
Yeah. Anginaso isizathu.
I don't have any reason.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just on this, before we get off, something that may clarify matters, but maybe raise another question. Colonel Jacobs, on the 3rd of June, in his testimony, conceded to the fact that he made this entry and that he may have, well, on his own, and he may have made it when he came back. If I may just read what he
Uthi
said.
ke ngathi cishe kube kanjalo uJacob lona naye ngathi thena inifakazi wavuma ukuthi ya ngenzeka ukuthi wabhala lapha nasebuya wena ubufakazi bonakala ngomhla ka3 kaJune.
Does what you are about to read from explain the fact that the date of the entry is the 23rd of June 2021 as opposed to the 29th of June when Colonel Jacob came back?
Just get some clarity, Chair.
Yes.
So you're saying,
You are saying he conceded, that's Colonel Jacob, that it is he who wrote this. And you say that he explained in testimony that he must have made the entry when he came back.
correct.
Do I understand
As in
that to mean
backdating.
coming back from leave?
Yes, on the 29th.
On the, now I say, and now my point is, but this entry is dated 23
Yes.
June 2021. So my question is, does what you are about to read from explain why the date is the 23rd of June 2021? If he says he may have made the entry when he came back, and we know that he came back on the 29th of June 2021. This is not about you.
No.
It's
Sure, I'm
about
trying
what
to understand.
it's about what he said in
Yes.
his testimony,
Perhaps-
which is in the transcript in front of you. So I just wanted to have an idea if it does explain that, or perhaps let's just let you read what
Yeah,
he
I think,
says.
Chair, maybe let
And
me read it
yes,
out. It's quite short.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
khona kuphambana khona ngama-date ukuthi wabuya nini wabhalisa nini kodwa sizoqhubeka sizwe ukuthi kwahamba kanjani.
When he was questioned, and it was by Commissioner Baloyi, and perhaps he should clarify about. So, no. Apologies. Colonel Jacob said when he was pressed around the 23rd, he says, yes, but okay, it is not made on the 23rd. Because on the 23rd, I resumed my leave, meaning I was on leave. So if I look at this, and I will be honest, I either made it on the 22nd, just to, as a formality to Warrant Officer Mpangase, or I may have done it on my return to work because I see nobody did the inspection, the inspectorate.
He could not have made it on the 22nd. You say, he says he could have made the entry on the 22nd.
He says either or, 22nd or the 29th.
The 22nd would not make sense because we have Warrant Officer Mpangase's entries,
Yes,
which run all the way to the 23rd of June.
correct.
So if he made it on the 22nd, it would have had to come before
After.
Warrant Officer Mpangase's entries of the 23rd.
Yes.
So that's just out of the question.
So,
And I'm saying so. What he says there about the 22nd
Yes,
is simply out of the question.
correct.
And
correct.
yes.
Correct.
And then the question about the 29th stands because the entry is dated the 23rd. Anyway.
So he may have falsified that.
Ngathi abantu benhle lapha ama-date ndoda uya nge-22 lo muntu kanjani ngoba wena nge-23 busayiphethe nange-29 lama-date ukuthi uyenze nini le nto ayibhale lapho so asiqhubeke mhlawumbe kuzawucala.
So what is curious, obviously, is that there's a gap at the top of the page for which he found space to make an entry. But that's obviously not something that you can answer.
Akekho kodwa ukuthi ayiphendulele siyabona lapha bekunegap mhlawumbe uyowafaka lapho wahlokoloza wafaka lokhu kodwa akekho kuyiphendulela kuleyo yinto.
Yes.
I hear that.
Then let's go back just to one question on this Isipingo, and then we move off it to Poshepston. And it's around the entry in the sub-13. And it was,
Before you do that, Mr. Skakan, the Isipingo SAP 13, you say you made those entries, you entered the exhibits in the SAP 13.
Isiphingo SAP 13 uwe qobo owafaka lapho
Yebo
wabhalisa.
kunjani.
Yes, it is so.
And you also signed them out. So you signed them in and you signed them out.
Wasayinela mazingena wasayinela masiphuma.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes.
The reason that you gave for signing them out is that, and I think if we can just pull that SAP 13 if we have it, is you said they are going for analysis. Why did you say that when that was not true?
Manje uthe sizathu sokuthi usayinele out ngomhla nasesiphuma. Wathi zazihamba ziyocwanulungile kulento okuthiwa analysis. Kodwa bekungenjalo uyingani washo lokho?
Warrant officer, go to page 2 of that paper that they've just given you. So they've just handed you a piece of paper.
Wabheka upage 2 kule phepha basanda ukukunika lona,
On page 2,
page 2.
to your right, it will say A16 on top of that, page 2.
Uyabona?
Page 2.
Then at the bottom of that page, you will see an entry that says 4.1.
Egcineni lapho ezansi kulelo qeshwana lelo.
And it says Warrant Officer MF Mpangase. And then to your right, that's the entry Commissioner Balo is referring to.
Yiyo ke lapho ngaku right wakho esandleni sakho sokudla yiyo le ekukhulunywa ngayo.
Okay. Into engenzeka la
What could have happened here
ngathi sengiwafakile ama-exhibit.
after I have inserted them?
uJacob wangitshela ukuthi sizowakhipha
Jacob told me that we are going to take them out
siwahambise e-lab
and transport them to the lab
ngoba bathi sorry ngoba bathi uPerimel
because
Wathi-
they said Perumal
yena uPerimel wathi ngeke akwazi ukuthi ayigcine la.
himself, Perumal said he could not keep them.
So i-decision ke eyaqhamuka noJacob ukuthi fanele siwayise e-forensic.
Then the decision came from Jacobs that we need to take them to forensics
For analysis
for
and
analysis
storage.
and storage.
So isizathu ke senza ukuthi ngibhalele entry angisibone esinye isizathu.
That would be the reason for me to enter this entry, no other reason.
But then, when it became clear that the exhibits were not going to FSL, they were going to Port Shepstone. And even on the following day, you put an entry in the Port Shepstone SAP 13. Why did you not correct the entry at Ispingo? Why did you not correct that? Because that's clearly misleading. The exhibits did not go to FSL for analysis. They went to Port Shepstone from Ispingo. So why did you not correct the SAP register in Ispingo?
Kuyabonakala ke ukuthi ngempela zange ziye lapha kuyocwaningwa nje bakwenziwa ama analysis. Kodwa zaya lesiphingo. Manje ingani zange ngoba wabona kunephutha la. Ingani ungathi ukuthi hey ngenza right ngiyayilungisa lento. Why ungazange uyilungise?
Angizange ngicabange ukuyilungisa.
I never thought of fixing it.
Kodwa uma ubhala statement se-chain ngangizokumenshina lokho.
But when you write a statement, it's a chain process. I was going to mention that.
Because you see, Warrant Officer, when all the officers who were transporting the exhibits from Ispingo, when you were leaving that police station, by then the discussion with Brigadier Nyuso had taken place. As everybody was leaving Ispingo police station, you all knew that these exhibits were going to Port Shepstone at the DPCI office. You had an opportunity then to correct this clearly incorrect entry in the SAP 13 at Ispingo, and you did not correct it.
Kodwa uyabonakala nje nanisuka lapha esiphingo nangu noNyuso ukhona lapha kuyaxoxa kuyakhuluma. Kwakucace ngokusobala ukuthi hayi khona lezi zinto ziya lesiphingo. Aziyi kule ndawo yokuyocwaninga. Ungani ungazange uwenze uyithathe uyibeke kuwena lento ukuthi uyibhale ngendlela ehambisana nalokho.
Engqondweni yami ngangitshela ukuthi ngizofaka istatement kwi-chain ya exhibit ukuthi ihambe kanjani kusuke
In my mind, I had thought I'll put a statement and put the chain of events
ukuya Port Shepstone.
indicating how it happened from Port Shepstone.
So the situation we have now is that for more than 24 hours, there is no SAPS record of where these exhibits are, because in Port Shepstone, you only do the entry on the 23rd of July. Is it June? Of June.
June.
So from the period these exhibits are booked in, and out of Ispingo police station to the time when you do the entry in the Port Shepstone SAP 13, SAPS has no record of where these drugs are or where these exhibits are.
Uyayibona ke lento ishoyo ndoda. Ubeka kusukela umhla ka 23 kufika ku24 kukhona isikhathi phakathi nendawo lapho okungaziwa ukuthi lezi zinto zikuphi lama drugs. Ngoba kubhalwanga ndawo ukuthi kwenzakalani kuleso sikhathi esiphakathi lezo.
Ngiyakuzwa
I understand that, yes.
Iphuzu lela.
It is a point, yes.
Kodwa sasingakulungisa ngestatement ngoba ngangingengedwe sihambisa ama drugs Port Shepstone.
But we had a chance to rectify that on our statements. Because I was not the only one who's transporting these.
Nababe khona futhi Port Shepstone bawabona siwafaka kwi-storage.
Because the people who were also present at Port Shepstone
So
did see that we were putting them into the storage.
so kwakuzokhava i-statement zethu.
Kwakuzo?
Cover i-statement zethu ukuthi ama-exhibit asukile eSpingo aya Port Shepstone.
So that was going to make up for in our statements. He's using a word cover. It was going to cover what is in our statements, that these things did indeed move from that area to the other.
Warrant Officer, I want to move from this point very quickly. Are you prepared to accept that it was a serious error on your part not to correct that entry in the SAP 13? Because statements are not a place where you record the movement of exhibits. The place to record what happens to exhibits when they are booked in and out, and for what purpose, is the SAP 13. So should I leave it on the basis that it was poor judgment on your part and leave it there?
Wethu uzovumelana nathi yini nasingathi cha udoyile. Lokho wakwenza kwangasindlela. Ukuthi ngabe wenze ngakhona ngempela ukuthi uyazi into efanele ukubhalwa lapha ku SAP 13. Ngoba lenziwe nini kanjani?
Ngiyavuma.
Uyavuma ukuthi ngempela wenza iphutha.
Ngiyavuma.
I accept it.
No, Warrant Officer, I don't accept that it was an error of judgment. And the reason I don't accept that was an error of judgment is because firstly, these exhibits are not, even if you say that Jacob said we are taking them to the lab for analysis, they are not in storage bags, they're not in exhibit bags. So there's no way you would have, if you knew anything about this, there's no way you would have thought that these exhibits are going to the lab. That's one reason. The second reason is there and then you say in your statement, and everybody else says that in their statements, that calls were made and you knew as you were standing there that they are not going to the lab. They are not staying at Isipingo. They are not going to the lab. Other stations, according to Jacobs, other stations were called. They didn't have storage. You all knew they were going to Port Shepstone. When you signed them out, you knew that they are not going to the lab. In fact, your entry says analysis. It doesn't say storage. It says analysis. So I do not accept that you're being truthful about this.
Oh, Commissioner Obalo, I can't. Lento ukuthi siyakwamukela lokho kushaya cha yize leze kuyazeka ukuthi ngamukela inkulumo njengale ngoba bowazi kahle ngempela ukuthi no lama okokuqala awekho kumabheka kuyaqhubeka futhi la lento awayi le bowazi kahle ukuthi futhi awayi ku analysis nasesiphingo lezi zinto ziya Port Shepstone wena ukuthi bowungaze uthi ngeke kwamukele lokho uyakubona ukuthi kuyinkinga ukuthi kwamukele nje ngale ndlela oyibeka ngakhona.
Ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Baloyi. Into eyenzeka ukuthi uLieutenant Colonel Jacob wangitshela ukuthi njoba benqaba laba ukwathatha ama-exhibits sizowathatha siwayise elab.
Yes, I hear Commissioner Baloyi, but Jacob said, since those people couldn't accept or agree to take them these items, he said we would take them to the lab.
Yep.
Yes.
Into engenzeka ukuthi wathi mase ngitshelile lokho.
After he told me that,
Ngase ngiyabhala ukuthi siyawathatha ama-exhibit sizowayisa e-lab for analysis.
then I entered that into the book, that we're taking them to the lab.
I-decision yokuthi sizowayisa ePortshepstone iphume after sengibhalile.
The decision that we were going to take them to Potchefstroom, that was the decision which came only after I had made my entries.
Iyona nto engayicabanga le yenza ukuthi
That's the
ngibhalele.
only thing I could think of.
Well, I guess that's your best answer on this, but you've heard what my issue is. And then on the second part where you say we would have fixed this with the statements, you say, well, everyone was there, we were going to write statements and it would all be corrected. I want to make this observation to you, that in fact your statements, as we have shown this morning and with Colonel Jacob as well, is they're contradictory. You don't speak the same thing. Even you, as you were sitting there this morning, you were saying, well, he's wrong when he says this. When Govender says this, he's wrong. Your diary entries, you can't explain why there's no entry on the 24th. You can't explain why Jacob, who's supposedly on leave on the 23rd, has an entry in your investigation diary in a file that you are holding. So the documents that you say would have fixed it are completely unreliable, and it's a point that was made to Jacob, Colonel Jacob as well, that your documents are unreliable because they don't reflect accurately what happened in that period of the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th. Even you, as you sit there, you say, well, I don't remember, maybe. So it's not a satisfactory answer to say, well, we were all there, we were all going to do statements, to write statements, and we would have fixed this in the statements. Your statements contain falsehoods or misrepresentations, in fact. And that's an observation. You can comment if you want to.
Now, Tano, waphendula bathi ngokufinqiwe ke ndoda ukuthi hayi cha ndoda hayi nasibuka lento hayi ayishoni khona. Ngathi na izolunga ihambi ngalendlela. Ngendlela okungakhona ikhona uthe wena benethuba lokuthi sizolungiswa lezi zinto nasenenza istatement phezulu kodwa nakubhekwa le statement naleso sishilo lana akusinto ongathenjela kuyi asithembisi ngathi siyabhayisana naso nje uqobo le statement manje kodwa ayi ngocabanga ungaphendula nawufuna ndoda haya
No engakusho ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Baloyi kodwa engakusho into engayibhala lapha into ebengiyikhumbula.
I hear you, Commissioner, but what I can say, what I put there was what I could recall.
Uma kukhona okusalile wasala ngephutha ngoba ngingasakukhumbuli.
If I had omitted anything that could have been mistake, which I could not remember,
Akukho okwamanga noma
there's nothing which is untrue
engakubhalayo kwistatement.
from what I have written there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
Commissioners, I see I'm left with 2 minutes.
Isikhathi sidliwe yinja ke ndoda. Kusela ama-minute amabili.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try, and I think as we opened in the beginning, I won't go through some of the things we've heard from other witnesses, and I do not think it would be a fair use of time to go about what happened in the Potchefstroom offices.
Kuthiwa singaqhubeka kodwa uthi uzozama ke nafinqe ashayile eduze ukuthi sibone ukuthi singaqhubeka sigcineni.
Now, you then took these exhibits to Potchefstroom, and then obviously you are in charge at this point. and you placed the exhibits in the safe. Colonel Prinsloo testified that there was no sub-transfer register completed or any form of documentation, either in recording the receipt of the exhibits and then to the other part of the safe key. There was no formality or any documentation.
Uyabona ke asesilapha ke manje Potchefstroom. Lezi zinto zilokhu sase ngaphansi kwakho wena ufuneka ukuthi uwazi kwenzakalani. Kodwa ke siyezwa ukuthi lapho uPrinsloo obelapha. Uthi hayi khona. Akukho la kubhalwe khona ukuthi seziya transfer zisuka ngalezi izangala. Akukho into ebhaliwe ekhombisa ukuthi hayi kukhona okwenzakalayo la mayelana nalezi zinto.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
And the same with the key, there is no transfer, and we know that according to the prescript, there needs to be entries about who takes the key.
Nangesikhiye lokho akukho la kusho khona ukuthi ngoba phela nasi isikhiye na usinikeza umuntu kufanele kubhalwe la ukuthi ngisinike bani nini kanjani akunalutho.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
Now, to the point of Commissioner Baloyi, which is about the integrity of the exhibits, what we see then is that what gets into at Potchefstroom, there is nothing formally recorded as to the quantity. In fact, you can't, you start sealing it the following day. So in essence, on the whole of the 22nd, there is no formal accounting of the exhibits.
Okunye kubonakalayo ukuthi indoda lewona lama exhibit kubonakala ayikho akukho la kusukela ngomhla ka22 ukuthi izinamba la isaphelele noma kanjani akwaziwa ngoba akukho lokuchaza ukuthi mangaki.
Ngisakhumbula kahle.
I no longer remember where.
Uchaza ukuthi u-advocate azange siwafake kwi-13 register on the 22nd.
You sort of suggest that we did not enter them into SAPS 13 register?
Well, in essence, when you get to Potchefstroom, there is no recorder.
Yebo.
Yes.
Uyafika i-petty register.
Umuntu wesilisa or wesifazane?
Umuntu wesilisa.
On his arrival, he had this register in his possession.
Kwakuwumlungu futhi.
He was a white person.
This is only on the following day, even on your statement and according to Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and everybody else from Potchefstroom who has testified. That happened on the 23rd. You are being asked about the 22nd.
Uyabona lokho kukhuluma into eyenzakala ngomlanga elilandelayo ngomhla ka23. Bayasho bonke nalabanye bafakile ubufakazi noJacobs nalaba abanye 23 lo. La kukhulunywa ngelanga eliphambi kwalelo umhla ka22.
Angivumi.
Awuvumi?
Ngiyavuma.
Oh, I concede. Yes, I agree.
So when the exhibits were stored at the Potchefstroom offices of DPCI on the 22nd, there was no SAP 13 register entry on that day.
Ngomhla ka22 ePotchefstroom nawe ikubeka kwalezi zinto sifakwa lapha geqe phakathi akukho la kwabhalwa khona.
Ngizosho njalo, yeah.
I would say so.
That's why you needed to go back to Potchefstroom the following day to deal with the SAP 13 issue.
Ingakho wabona ukuthi ubuyele ngakusasa mhla ka23 uyozama ukuthi uzame ukuthola izinto ziseteke right uyilungise.
Ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Khumalo kodwa ngicela ukubeka ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha ukuthi
I hear Commissioner Kumar, but may I, with due respect, state this.
angikhumbuli kahle noma kodwa mawukuthi into ebhalwe phansi ushuthi yona.
I don't recall exactly, but if that is what is written, then it should be.
Engqondweni yami ngiyitshela ukuthi ngomhla 23 ngacelwa uKenneth Jacob ukuthi ngibuyele siyo unpacka ama exhibit ekhwameni siwafake kuma forensic exhibit.
To my mind, oh sorry, qedile.
Kuma forensic exhibit
What
bags.
funeni wathathe nwa?
Siwafake kuma forensic exhibit bags.
If I recall that Jacob said we need to go back there to take the exhibit and put them into the bags. Which bags?
Forensic
Forensic bags. That is the reason why we went back on the 23rd.
Kodwa mase ngibhekisisa kahle manje ngazi ukuthi uqinisile
Ubani uqinisile?
uCommissioner Khumalo.
Yeah, but when I really look deep into this, I think Commissioner, you are correct.
Because if you had put anything in the SAP 13 on the 22nd, your diary would have said so. You would have recorded it in your diary.
Kuyiqiniso futhi ukuthi uma kube ngempela wawubhala lapha ngomhla ka22 ngabe diary yakho uthi nayi bonani siyibone lento kunjalo.
Iqiniso.
That is correct.
You were responsible for the inquiry file at that point, when you moved from Isipingo Police Station to Port Shepstone. Why did you not arrange for an SAP 13 clerk from Port Shepstone on the 22nd itself to come and enter these exhibits or record the movement of these exhibits? Because after you remove them on the 22nd from Isipingo, as Commissioner Khumalo says, we have no record of where are they after they've been removed. Nothing is recorded. Where do they sleep that night? You are the in charge because Colonel Jacob has left you in charge. So you have the responsibility to arrange that there should be an SAP 13 clerk who comes and you do these entries. Why did you not do that?
Uyabona ndoda amafile lemo23 yonke lento iphezu kwamahlombe akho. Wazi kahle nokuthi kuzowenzakalani. Umbuzo okhona omunye ukuthi kungani ungazange wenza amalungiselelo uarrange no clerk lapha phambilini ukuthi hey kuzodingeka lokhu siwazi ukubhala wonke abalungiselelo ukuthi kuze kufike lapha. Kumbuzo lokuthi ngempela kuze kanjani ungakulungisi lokho.
Ngathatha ngokuthi since siwafakile kwi-Espingo i-SAP 13 yase-Espingo asisekho isidingo sokuthi siwafake kwi-SAP 13 yase-Port Shepstone.
Well, I presume that because of the fact that we have already stored them in Potchefstroom, there was no necessity that we register them on SAPS 13 in Sipingo. Potchefstroom, by the way.
I mean, at that time, you didn't know that the protocol or the national instruction requires that exhibits must be recorded in an SAP 13. They must always be accounted for. Is that what you're telling us, that you didn't know that there was such a requirement at that point?
Ufuna ukusitshela ukuthi wena ukwazi kwakho ulokhu khona lapha kuvumelekile ukhohliwe bongazi ukuthi into enjengalezi ukuthi zihambe indinde nje kungazwakali kahle funeke kwazi kahle ukuthi kwenzakalani kubhali ngokomthetho ngohlo lomthetho elibhaliwe ukuthi funeke kulandelwe lo mugomo ufuna ukuthi wakhohlwa noma bongazi.
Angikhohlwanga ngathatha ngokuthi ama-exhibits siwafakile kwisiphingo SAP 13 register asiyahamba ayogcinwa ePort Shepstone.
No, I did not forget. The reason is just that we had already recorded them in SAP as the 13 in Sipingo.
Yes.
And then at that time, they were being transported to Potchefstroom.
That can be your answer. They are not in an SAP 13 once you book them out and you drive out of Isipingo police station. And you do understand what the problem is that I'm raising with you. You took them out. You signed them out. You said they are going for analysis. You don't even say where for analysis. We know that was not true. They were going somewhere else for storage. You don't enter them anywhere. There's no record. So you can't refer to Isipingo SAP 13. It's irrelevant. You're done, you finished with it. As soon as you signed them out and you drove out with them. After that, they are not accounted for. And there is a national instruction that says they have to be accounted for. And you either know the national instruction that requires that, or you say to us, I didn't know that I'm required to put them in SAP 13. That's why I thought, because we have now put them in a vault in Port Shepstone DPCI, it's okay. Because I didn't know or understand the national instruction. That's the only answer that would make sense, but it would be problematic, but it would make sense.
Uyabona uma kube mhlawumbe uzothi hey bengingazi ukuthi kufanele kwenziwe njani mhlawumbe cishe ngathi iyamukeleka leyo nto kodwa noma inganangqondo hayi ngathi uyasishasha manje kodwa sicabanga ukuthi na uyibheka lento mfowethu lapha kwe-SAP 13 yazi lesiphingi nase siphuma lezi zinto akusahambelani lepha bezingena SAP 13 yasesiphingo ngokomthetho kufanele kube kwazekale ukuthi njengoba seziphuma ziyapi kwenzakalani kanjani akukho ngathi impela ayikhona akusho kahle
Ngiyaphinda ngiyasho futhi ukuthi ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Baloyi ukuthi uqhamuka kuphi nalokho akushoyo. But mina ngiyasho ukuthi ngokwami ngayitshela ukuthi asikho isidingo sokuthi ngiyifake kwi-SAP 13 yasePort Shepstone. Ngoba sasesiwafakile lesiphingo kwi-13 yasesiphingo.
I see from which angle, Commissioner, you're coming from, but I thought from my own thinking that there were no longer a need for us to put them again, to register them, because we had already done so in Sipingo, SAPS 13.
Ngokwami futhi cabanga kwami
That was my own perception, thinking.
Ukwenza kwethu ngaleyo ndlela kwakuzokhava i-statement esasizoyibhala sichaza ukuthi ama-exhibit asukile esiphingo aya ePort Shepstone.
Well,
Cabanga kwami
on my own, I thought that was going to be fixed on the statements which we are going to make to cover that gap. That's how I thought.
Yeah. No, your answer is not, your explanation of why this happened is completely unsatisfactory. I must say that to you. Either you didn't know what you were doing, as in you are incompetent. You don't know the national instruction required you to record them, and that is, if I'm being kind to you, I'll say you were ignorant. You didn't know what you were doing. And maybe that's why Colonel Jacob brought you into this, is because he knew he can leave you with this and you have absolutely no clue what is involved. That's why he gives you instructions as he is on leave. That's a generous explanation for your role in how you handled these things. The alternative is you knew exactly what you were doing, and it was sinister. There was no sound reason. It was deliberate, it was intentional. It was part of a scheme that we are going to do this. We won't account for it, we won't put it in the books. Eventually, when we put it in the books, no one is wiser what happened to the rest of it. Is that all of it? Is it all accounted for? It was part of a scheme. That's on the worst possible explanation for what happened, but there's no innocent explanation for what you did.
Lahlelo lengaphandle ngefastela kuzwakala kwamuleke uyabona okokuqala nje ucabanga ukuthi bongazi wenza umsebenzi ongawazi uyibhari nje la kulento ubona wenzalani awazi mhlawumbe iqiniso ukuthi vele ufakwe nje uyimfama ungaboni ungasilutho ngomsebenzi ngokuthi ufune kwenze kanjani mhlawumbe kungenzeka Kodwa akusinto engamuneka leyo ukuthi ungasebenza ungazi. Kanti okwesibili mhlamba hayi buwazi kahle. Iboshiwe lento ukuthi hayi sizothi senze kanje, qhutshwe kanje. Enye indlela yesibili mhlambe ekhombisayo la.
Ngiyaphikisa le yesibili.
I dispute the latter, the second one.
Le yokuqala ngiyacishe ngivumelane nayo.
I could concede and accept the first one.
Thank you, Mrs. Kakan.
Warrant Officer, can you explain to me what the notion of booking out exhibits means? When you book them out after there has been an entry in an SAP 13 register. Now, when you talk about booking them out, what does that mean?
Ngabe mnumzane uyazi yini wachaza ukuthi angathi ziyafakwa lezi zinto ziyabhaliswa lapha xa seziphuma isidingo sokuthi zibhalwe futhi ngabe uyazi ukuthi siyini sibaluleke kanjani ukuthi kufuneka ukubhala ku-entry la ukuthi ziphumile ngenile na phumile ngabe uyawazi lo.
Let's use the English words here because you do know English. When you say booking out exhibits, what does that mean? Please use that English expression, Mr. Nkabinde.
Kuthiwa ke mnewethu asishaye ngaso lesaka queen isilungu. Booking out. Uyasazi isingisi dot sesikuzwile uyasazi njengoba sitolika kusho ukuthini?
Ukwakhipha
To take them out.
And am I correct to understand that to mean that you even make an entry in the register itself that you have now taken them out?
Ukuthi futhi hayi ukuthi fambile emoyeni ukuyikhipha la uyabhala ukuthi zikhishiwe. Uyazi ukuthi uyabhala entry.
Yebo kunjani.
Isizathu salokho uyasazi?
Yebo ngiyasazi.
Yes, I do know.
Now, when you, assuming that you book them out and bring them back, you would have to re-enter them in the register or not?
Okunye futhi uyazi nawe uzikhiphile. Wazibuyisa. Naso uzibuyisa kufanele ukuphinde futhi ubhale ukuthi ziyangena futhi.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes.
Okay, now with that clarity, because you know these things better than I can ever hope to, with that clarity, now I do not understand your response to my colleague, Commissioner Baloyi. Because in responding to Commissioner Baloyi, you say that you did not see a need for the entire period before they were eventually entered in a register in Port Shepstone. You did not see a need to enter them in a register during the intervening period. And the reason you give for that is that that's because they had already been entered in the ECPing or SAP 13 register.
Yabona ke lento eyindida lesikhulumayo ekhulunywe wena kakhulukazi. Uthi wena ubone kungasekho isidingo sokuthi ubuye ubhale ngoba uzazi ibhalisiwe ku SAP yasesiphinga. Kodwa uqeda ukusho ukuthi uyazi ukuthi kufanele kunesidingo yini okubalulekile na ukuthi isibhaliso ziyaphuma ziyangena.
So what I do not understand is that once you've booked them out, they are as good as never having been entered in the ECPingo register. It's on that basis that I do not understand your response to my colleague's question.
Uyabona ndoda na kube lezi ziyangena ziyabhaliswa zisaphakathi zihambelana nokubhaliswa kwazo ukuphaka kungena kodwa mase ziphuma cishe yani lo ngena sekusela ukuthi ziphumile kodwa kubhalwa ngendawo kuyaphela indaba ukuthi zingenile ngoba seziphumile.
Can you please make me understand?
Ukwenza uncede ukuthi kuqondakale kahle.
Or, all right, yeah, let me leave it there. Can you please make me understand?
Cacisa mne wethu.
Besengivumile Commissioner ukuthi kwenzeke iphutha.
I have already considered that it was a mistake.
That's something else. That is something else. Yes, it may be related to the questions I'm asking you, but it's something else. I want to understand why, in the face of the concept booking out and its implications or effect, you responded that there was no need. So my question revolves around this concept and why you could ever say that there was no need. So I understand you saying a mistake happened. If you are explaining why you did not enter them, what I want to understand is you said there was no need. That's something that is different from explaining why you did not enter them. Do you see what I mean? And the only explanation you gave for not entering them is that they had already been entered. That is what I want to understand.
Uzwile ke ndoda ukuthi ngempela umbuzo omkhulu iwona lo. Uyakhumbula uthe wena hayi ngibone ngathi asisekho isidingo sokuthi ngibhalise ngoba sekubhalisiwe. Kodwa umbuzo ulokhumile. Ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ngabe isizathu kahle yini. Hayi sokuthi nje ubuthi wena wabona singeke isizathu singenzeka ukuthi mhlambe sikhona sokubonisa ukuthi mhlamba uzange ukwenze lokho ngendlela thizeni. Yokuthi awubonanga isidingo kanti uyazi ukuthi kufanele kwenziwe lokho.
Ngike ngasho ukuthi Commissioner into engangicabanga mina hayi ngoba ukuthi into kwakufanele yenzeke.
Commissioner has already stated this is what I personally thought of, but not necessarily that is what should have happened.
Ngakho ke ngiya withdraw ukusebenzisa ukuthi ngisebenzise igama la ukuthi angizange ngisibone isidingo.
May I ask to withdraw that part of my version that I thought there was no need.
So it was incorrect.
Bekungenjalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Just on, if you, before we move over to the 23rd, in your diary, if I may request that you go to file 3.
Ngaphambi ukuthi siye ku number okay, carry on. Oh, phambi ukuthi siye ku langa la ku 23 asibheke la ku diary yakho file number
3.
Number 3.
CJC 268, it's the investigation diary,
I-diary investigation le kule nombolo ayishoyo.
page 802.
Page 802.
It seems to be a continuation of entry number 8. But I'm interested in the last sentence where, or maybe the full.
Sorry. I deliberately avoid, when I engaged you just now, warrant officer, I deliberately avoided referring you to a paragraph in your statement. I just wanted to ask you about the notion or the idea of booking exhibits out.
Yeah, ukuthi ke bethende ukuthi mhlambe afuna ukwazi ukuthi kahle kahle injongo noma kusho ukuthini ukubhuka izinto out njengoba sikuthe sishaya singisi ubhuka out ngabe kuhambe kubamba kusho ukuthini.
And in asking that question, I deliberately avoided referring you to a paragraph in your statement.
Uthi nje bekubuza kanjalo abengakathandi ukuthi ake aye ku statement esibhalwe nguwena khona iparagraph ethizeni lapha ebhalwe kodwa uye wathi akubambe lokho kancane ngalesikhathi ekubuza ngale yandlela.
For completeness, I ask you this because in paragraph 13 of your statement, you say that Colonel Jacob said that you must book the exhibits out to be taken to the forensic lab. So that's why I focused on the notion of booking out.
Angithi uyabona uyakutshela futhi yena lo ndoda wathi sibhuke out.
Yes.
I do, I understand, I hear that.
I think I would accept it better if you said Lobaba than Lendota. Yes, I am in Dota.
So zamkuyihlonipha le ndoda singathi uJim asingathi lo sithi ubaba umnomzana umnomzana lo umnomzana hayi le ndoda athi liyahlaba lokho. As the commissioner please.
Or did we get a response? What was the response?
Manje konje uphendula.
I was just, in fact, it's just for you to note. I'm just referring you to the paragraph of your statement where I got this notion of booking exhibits out. It's just for you to note.
Noma ungasaphendulanga nje befuna ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi kwakhona okushiwo yemakubuka out. Kufanele kubhale. I understand.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Just to complete on that, is there a difference between the booking out and the transfer of exhibits?
Ngabe ukhona umehluko ngokuya kwakho ukubhuka out noma so udlulisela lapha uyitransfera ama exhibit?
Ngazuthi kumina into efanayo.
I would say that is the same thing.
Okay. No, thanks. Then I was at page 802, just in the interest of time. You say you make an entry there, the last entry, well, not the last entry, at the top. You say the exhibits were transported to Potchefstroom DPCI, where they were, they were locked in a vault, and the keys to the vault were taken and kept by me.
Angithi uyabona ke lapho kukhona la uchaza khona ukuthi sizathu zokuthi ziye lapha eDPCI zathatha zafakwa kwibolt cishe safe kanje zafike zakhiyelwa khona.
Yebo ngiyabona.
Yes, I see that.
Would this be accurate? Would you maintain its accuracy? This
Ngapha
entry?
ngempela kuhambisana ngendlela.
No.
No.
Njalo.
What could explain this?
Say that in your statement, in the entry.
Ubhaliseleni lokho ukufake kanjani ku statement sakho?
Angeke ngichaze ngoba kahle kahle kwakufanele ngisho ukuthi yakhiwi ivault ngase ngawuthatha ukhiye ngawunikeza uGeneral Sinoni.
I cannot explain that because I was supposed to mention that they were put into the vault and locked in. Was status key?
Was status key?
Ubani?
uGeneral Sinoni.
General?
Sinona.
And General Sinona took the key.
Can we rely on anything that is in this diary at all?
Yabona ndothi ubhalile lapho ku diary yakho. Kodwa kukhona into ozothi hayi le yabambeka ngithembele ukuthi ngibhalise kanje ngoba khona into ezwakala kahle lapho kulezi zinto ezibhalile.
Ikhona ngaphandle nje kwama mistake amancane minor mistakes njengale.
Yeah, they are, but except those few little mistakes, like this one.
Why would you say this is a minor mistake? It's a storeroom which has drugs in it, which are not recorded anywhere on the subsystem. There's no record of these drugs at this point, where they are, how many they are. There's absolutely nothing. And then you say, I kept the key. How can you say all this is minor? It's not minor.
Mfethu nawuthi ngaphandle izinto ezincane. Hawu, idakamizwa ndoda. Ezinje ungazibhalisi besithatha ngathi kuncane nalokho. Ukuthi hayi nesikhiyo ngasigcina kumina akufaki konke lokho. Into ezincane lezo kuwena.
Maybe let me add, even before you answer, another thing that points to it's not minor mistakes. We have no entry of what you did on the 24th. We know you went into this vault, you handled these drugs on the 24th. There's no entry of that in this diary. But in addition to that, there's an entry by Colonel Jacob on the 23rd, which you tell us he couldn't have made that entry on the 23rd. So there's another false recordal in this diary. So it's not minor things, it's major things that mislead the reader of the diary.
Uyabona ke ndoda okunye yikho lokho ukuthi ke njoba lezi zinto sikhuluma ngazo sibaleke kangaka noma wena uthi izinto ezincanyana obheke nje nangomhla ka23 uJacob wabhalisa lokho oyibhalisa lapho ngoyi24 kuyabonakala ukuthi ngempela lezi zinto zifakiwe lapha kodwa ungakuthatha nje ukuthi uyayinyatha lezi zinto ukuthi azinamdlandla ndoda.
Angiyithathi kancane lutho.
No, I don't undermine them.
Isizathu sokuthi ngisho ngalendlela engisho hayi ngoba ngithi imina ngempela.
You are?
Hayi ngoba ngithi imina ngempela. Kodwa ngokwami ukubuka njoba sekutholakala ukuthi ngibhale kanje sengiyakwazi ukuthi ngilungise ngisho ukuthi no mina ngenze iphutha ngokubhala kanje.
No, I don't regard them as that tiny, very small. But from now that we've addressed these issues, I would accept that I've done this mistake from my part.
Sengiyachaza ukuthi no imina ubhale la kodwa kube yiphutha kwakufanele ngibhale kanje.
Yes, as I accept that I'm the one who entered this. And it was a mistake that I omitted that I was supposed to.
And you accept that the investigation diary is silent about what you did on the 24th of June 2021?
Uyavuma futhi ukuthi ngomhla ka24 awakunalutho ukuthi wenzakalani ku diary yakho awubhalanga lutho kuthe cwaka kuthule tu.
Kene Commissioner Khumalo ngibhalile la izinto esazenza.
Commissioner Khumalo, I did enter some of the things what we've done.
Warrant officer, don't confuse the diary with the Port Shepstone SAP 13. In the Port Shepstone SAP 13, if you go to that loose document that was given to you, remember a loose document was given to you when we came back after lunch?
Bekhumbula ukuthi lela pheshana lelo wanikezwa kuwena emva kwedina. Ungaphambanisi lezi zinto ndoda izinto zasepotchefstroom SAP 13.
And the first page, remember we were in the second page where you talk about taking them out for analysis. Do you remember that?
Yakhumbula ukuthi zathathwa zihanjiswa ukuthi ziyocwaninga ku-analysis.
So if you go to page 8 of the same document,
Bheka ku page 8 kulo mqulu.
Page 8.
so it's the very last page on page 8.
Ipheshana lokugcina nzi.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Now, that's the SAP 13, because you see top of the page, it says SAP 13, page 56.
Uyayibona ukuthi yi-SAP 13?
Yes.
Ibhaliwe lapho? Yes.
Now, your entry there is 6.1 on the right column, the extreme right column. And it says 24 June 2021, items 3.1 to 3.31 taken for investigation. Warrant Officer MF Mpangase, do you see that?
Uyakubona lokho kushiwo konke? Yes.
So that's where you recorded what you did on the 24th of June 2021. But in your diary, the last entry by you is the 23rd of June, because what then follows is that false entry by Colonel Jacobs, and then his other entries on the 29th and the 1st of July. So in the diary, you did not record the events of the 24th of June 2021.
Uyezwa ke ndoda ukuthi lokhu kubhalwe la kodwa ku diary yakho do akubhalwanga kuyabonakala lapho ku 24 kubhalwanga lutho kuzuke uqhubeke kuze kufika ku 29 uyakubona lo
Yeah, ngiyabona.
yes
So do you now see my point?
uyabona ukuthi kuyaphi
Yebo, ngiyabona.
I do see the point.
Can I just check something? Still on this, you, in that entry that Commissioner Kumalo raises with you, you say items 3.1 to 3.31 taken for investigation. So you removed all the exhibits on the day?
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
On the day, on the 24th?
Ngomhla ka 24.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, it's so.
Where were they taken?
Zathathwa zishilo.
This is on the 24th,
Mhla
remember?
ka 24.
Kusho ukuthi hayi ukuthi ngawathatha ngahamba nawo. Kwi SAP 13 bafuna ukuthi ungayishiyi ivulekile kanje uma kuukuthi ama exhibits angeke abe se police station. So ngenxa ukuthi ayise
Kancane mfethu singikhohle. Yes, in actual fact, not that I literally took them, but we are required on SAP 13 ukuthi nibhale
yebo.
that we must enter. Qhubeka.
Sibhala ukuthi siyawakhipha kwi SAP 13 yase Potchefstroom sizowafaka kwi storage yase Potchefstroom.
We are required to state that, enter it, that now they are moving from SAP 13, Spingo, Potchefstroom. Now they are moving to,
Potchefstroom.
from, as
Kwi
well.
SAP 13 register sasiwakhipha.
Oh, I want to mean that we were taking them out of SAP 13
Register.
register.
So
Port Shepstone Register.
Yes, a Potchefstroom.
Potchefstroom register.
Potchefstroom, indeed.
So after you, so we know you take them on the 24th out of the Potchefstroom police station register. After that, where are they recorded? From the 25th until they are stolen, where are they recorded, these exhibits? Because we know they are no longer in SAP 13 Potchefstroom.
Yebo sekuzwakele ukuthi ngempela ngembala wakhishwa lapha ngomhla ka 24. 25 qhubeka yaphambili. Kusho kukuphi la kubonisa khona ukuthi kukuphi kwenzakalani kanjani kuphi na? Kukuphi la?
Akubhalwanga ndawo. Into
That is
eyenzeka,
not recorded anywhere.
into eyenzeka i-exhibit clerk iyafika ne-SAP 13
What happened? Exhibit clerk came with a speed 13
ukuze into engangiyithunyiwe le ukuthi ngenze ukuze si-entarishe ama-exhibits.
I was
We
sent
register.
to do so that we enter the exhibits
Kwi-13 yase-Potchefstroom.
in
Kwi-13 register
in
yase-Potchefstroom.
SAP 13 in Potchefstroom.
So uma efika umnumzane sasisiyawabhala senza i-entry kwi-register wawabona ukuthi akhona
When he arrived, unasho umnumzane sisho bani konjwa?
i-exhibit clerk.
Oh, when the clerk arrived, we then entered them into the register.
Sasisiyawakhipha futhi
We then
kwi-register.
again removed them
kwi-register.
from the register.
Hayi ukuthi sawathatha sawamuvela somewhere else. No.
Oh, not that we literally moved the items. What I mean by removing it from the register.
Ilokho kuphela kwenzeka.
This is all what happened.
All right, we have the affidavit of the Port Shepstone Police Station exhibit clerk. And he says, page 78481 rather,
781.
781.
the same file. Mrs. Kakani, if you were going to deal with this, I will rather leave it to you.
We took an exhibit lapho clerk.
Are you happy for me to proceed? Do you have the file in front of you? It's file 3 at
File
page
3?
781.
Page 781.
Yeah,
Yes.
siphambi.
Yes. So, here's what the exhibit clerk from Port Shepstone Police Station says. He says,
Ulalele ukuthi thini le exhibit le.
He says, I have knowledge of the entry, paragraph 2. He said, firstly, he says, I'm the person, my work at the exhibit office includes the processing and ensuring the safeguarding of property that is handed into the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone. So we've been made to understand that this is the custodian of exhibits. It's the one that looks and accounts for exhibits. And then, as you can see there, as you're reading it, paragraph 2 says, I have knowledge of the entry made of exhibits under Port Shepstone SAP 13, that number. According to the entry, it was a large amount of cocaine that was handed in by Detective Warrant Officer Mpangase of the Durban DPCI office. I was not present when the entry was made into the SAP register, nor have I personally seen any of the exhibits that was handed in as per this entry. All I can remember is that I got a call from Brigadier Sibia on the office line asking me to assist members that is in need of forensic bags. So we have the exhibit clerk saying he's never seen these exhibits. He wasn't there when the entries were made on the SAP 13, which contradicts what you're saying, that the exhibit clerk of Port Shepstone Police Station was present when the entries were being made in their SAP 13.
Uyezwa ndoda ukuthi cha ukhona kuhlukile kakhulu lapho uthi wena uthi wayekhona na kwenziwe yena uthi hayi ngekho lapho.
Ngizocela uma kungenzeka kulandelwe lokho akushilo lo ngoba angikholwa.
I'd make a request that we make a follow-up on what he has said, because I do not believe.
Ngoba umuntu owaletha i-exhibit i-SAP 13 register umuntu owayesebenza ePort Shepstone.
Because the person who brought that SAP 13 register was the person who is employed there.
Port Shepstone SAPS.
At Port Shepstone SAPS.
Ukuthi ubani angimazi igama lakhe.
Who that person was, I do not know.
The reason I'm reading this to you is to say you are incorrect to say the exhibit clerk. Now you say you don't know his name. You may have had somebody bringing the book, and yes, the evidence is somebody brought the book and you carried on with the people that were helping you to complete this. And I was simply saying, putting to you that, well, it's the exhibit clerk never saw those exhibits, had nothing to do with the recording, and your evidence that the exhibit clerk was there is incorrect.
Uyabona kushithi ngempela kuyabonisa la ngisobala ukuthi lento ishilwa kuyona ukuthi u-exhibit clerk wayekhona. Kuzwakala kahle ngoba naye kuyatholakala omunye wabasebenzi nguyena wabakhona lapha. Lento ishiwo wena ukuthi u-exhibit clerk cha kuyiphutha.
Kusho ukuthi I assumed ukuthi ngoba kwa-arrangewa wafika ne-SAP 13 register yasePort Shepstone ngayitshela ukuthi i-exhibit clerk.
Oh yeah, that would mean it was just purely my assumption.
Yes.
Because they were
They
informed
brought you the
beforehand.
book. No, they were not involved. The evidence of the Port Shepstone DPCI people is all that Port Shepstone Police Station did is they gave you the book. They were not involved with your registering and counting those exhibits. That's the evidence.
Kuyafana nalokho. Hayi ukuthi bona babe sebeyangena bayanceda lapha. Wanikezwa nje ibhuku. Hayi ukuthi bayanceda ngokuthizeni.
Ngiyavuma.
I do agree.
All right. And then let me complete this. In paragraph 3, the exhibit clerk says, I later saw the entry made into the SAP 13 in column 6 of the evidence, in column 6, the evidence that was handed in as per entries 3.1 to 3.31 was booked out on the same day by Warrant Officer Mpangase for further investigation. I never saw any of the items that was handed in, nor has any of these items been physically handed into any of the storerooms under my control. So that's what the clerk says.
Uyakuzwa lokho aqhubeka kusho uClark.
Ngiyavuma. Uma kuwukuthi akuyena ngempela waletha i-register. Ngiyavuma.
I would accept that if indeed he is not the one who brought in the register.
Yes, so back to my question. My question is, once you have booked out all the exhibits, remember your instruction, as you say in your statement, and what Colonel Jacob said to us was, on the 24th, he instructed you to go and take samples, not to book them out, not to book out all the exhibits. He said, go take samples. That's what he says. He sent you to go take samples. You instead, on the 24th, according to the Port Shepstone SAP 13, you booked out all the exhibits out of their records. My question is, once you have booked them out, and therefore Port Shepstone Police Station is done with them, they are not in their book anymore, where were they recorded after that?
Uyabona ke njengoba kusizwakele ukuthi ngempela ngomhla ka24 uJacob yena ngokwakhe wathi hamba uye lapha uyothatha amasampuli. Kodwa sekuzwakele ukuthi cha wena wenza okuphambene nalokho wathatha wabhuka out kulento kwembhukwini le. Manje umbuzo omkhulu omile ukuthi nasi ibhuke out. Sikuphi manje? Kwenzakalani ngaso?
Arekhodwe kuphi?
They were never recorded anywhere else.
Lastly, so it's fair to say, because they are not recorded on any SAP 13 after the 24th, it's fair to say that nobody knows, well, let me not say nobody, we, the Commission, do not know that when they were stolen later, because there's no record of how many are in SEP's possession at that time, we have no way of knowing that the original number that was booked in on the 22nd at Isipingo Police Station, taken out, booked in at Port Shepstone Police Station, the 3.1 up to 3.34. We have no way of knowing that they were still complete on the day that they were stolen, by the time they were stolen. There's no way of knowing because you never made any record anywhere after the 24th of June. That must be correct.
Ekubeka ukuthi ngempela ngoba emva komhla ka24 hayi khona impela sisithatha amagesi siyacabanga asazi singathi sonke mhlambe khona baziyo kodwa ke thina ngokuhleli kwethu la asazi ukuthi kahle kahle nenamba yazo basemangaki asele akwaziyo ngoba kubhalwe ndawo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ngezwe.
I hear.
Kodwa into engayisho isizathu salokho ukuthi mina ukubukhiwa kumina ngangingasho ukuthi ayisekhona esaphelele futhi ukubukhiwa kumina ngedwa.
Yes, I do concur, but if the key was only handled by me, kept by me only, I would maybe confirm the number, but that was not the case.
Thank you.
Ms. Kakan, can we do this? Warrant Officer, That 8-page document, that standalone 8-page document that we referred you to.
Page 8 le ihambela
Just to
yodwa.
complete the picture, the entries that you made in the Port Shepstone SAP 13, 3.1 to 3.31. We don't have to go through all of them, just the first page and the last page. It's on page 3 of that document. It starts on page 3 of that document. Just go to page 3. That's the
three.
first item, 3.1.
Page 3.
And that's you making those entries.
Yeah, we mean.
Yes.
Wena ni?
Oh, I was just going to refer you to, in the exhibit file, just so that he's not confused. Oh, it's fine.
Maybe you can refer to it for completeness, but because we were dealing with this document and we already went to item 6, I think. So 3.1 is on page 3, and then the last entry, which is 3.31, is on page 7. And that's all you up to page 7.
Yes.
Uyabona lokho.
And then on page 8, there's an entry there, 4.1. Can you just read that? What does it say?
Cela ukufunde lapho uyithini le.
So on the left, there's an entry 4.1, and that's still your handwriting. What does that say?
Umbhalo wakho.
4.1.
Yes.
Detective Warrant Officer Mpangase, DPCI Durban.
Yes, what does it all say? 4.1, 4.2, 4.4. What were you recording there?
Bobhalani lapha kulezi nombolo. Bobhalana mayelana nani?
Recorder ama exhibits.
I was recording the exhibits.
You were still recording the exhibits, and then your last entry is then this 6.1 to 6.3, where you confirm that items 3.1 to 3.31 are taken for investigation.
Yes.
Yes.
And then after this entry, SAPS does not have a record, a written record of where these exhibits are.
Emva kwalokho isabs ayisazi akukho la kubhalwe khona ukuthi zikuphi le exhibit.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for example, SAPS does not have a written record that they are all accounted for and they are in the safe at the,
DPCI.
is it the headquarters or the office in Port Shepstone? SAPS does not have a written record of that.
Akukho la kubhalwe khona.
No, I-
Kusabs. Yes.
And even the diary, the investigation diary, we know that after the 23rd, it does not record anything relating to the custody and location of these drugs.
Na kudayari kanjalo kusukela
Yeah.
ngomhla ka-23 akusekho la kuqhubeka
Yeah.
khona ukuthi sekwenzakalani.
Yeah.
Yes.
And maybe then, Mr. Mskakani, for the benefit of the transcript, give us the pages in the actual files.
It's under CJC 264.
Cha uyacacisa ukuthi lelo phepha lihambelana nani.
Page, starting at page 783, but the particular 6.1 is at 789.
So it's CJC 264 from page 783
To 789.
until page 789, yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So may I just ask this quick question, Mr. Skakan? Can you please explain this warrant officer? You enter the exhibits in the Port Shepstone SAP 13 register, and you immediately book them out of that register. What was the point of entering them in the register in the first place if you are immediately going to take them out?
Sicela ndoda ukuthi akuchaze kabanzi la. Elapha ePotchefstroom uyayibhalisa lezi zinto uyazibhukha yini uyazifaka. Hawu, ngokuxwayiza kweso ndoda masishane nje dudu uyayikhipha futhi. Ungachaza kanjani? Faka khipha masishane.
Kwakuyi-instruction engangiyinikezwe uKenneth Jacob.
That was per Jacob's instructions.
That can't be enough. You told us this morning that you are experienced in working with the SAP 13 register. Do you remember saying that in the morning?
Yebo kunjalo.
Also, yes, it's like that.
Now, would you just accept what Colonel Jacob said? If what he said, surely this did not make sense to you, did it? He says, enter these and immediately take them out of the register. Did that make sense to you?
Kodwa na uyibheka lento ndoda ayisho khona. Usho ukuthi ngabe ukuthi uyakunika umqondo ohlakaniphile, awu lento isebenza ngendlela. Faka khipha masishane. Ungabe uthini lapho? Ubona ngathi yenza ingqondo leyo nto.
Ingakho ngithe ngangenza into engangiyitsheliwe.
But did it make sense? I'm asking a different question.
Umbuzo ukuthi kodwa ingabe yinto esho kahle make yenza ingqondo leyo nto.
Ayenzi sense.
Does not make sense.
And you did it nonetheless, even though it did not make sense. You did exactly that nonetheless.
Lento yayibona ukuthi iyabheda kodwa uthi hayi ngiqhubeke ngayo. Ngempela waqhubeka wakwenza.
Ngakwenza.
Yes, I did.
And why would you have done that?
Ngoba
Angizange ngicabange kakhulu ukuthi
I never thought of it that much.
And you knew that the exhibits were going to remain at the DPCI office in Port Shepstone, and that they were not being taken for, the entry said what, for investigation? What did that entry say? The entry said they were to be taken away for investigation. And you knew that that was not the case.
Angithi wawazi futhi kwathi cha kwakungeke kube kanjalo ukuthi lezi zinto zazilapha hayi ukuthi zizohanjiswa ziyele kuyophenywa investigation.
Correct?
Kunjalo.
ayukuthi zazingeke ithathwe.
Not that they were not going to be taken.
No, but as you entered them and immediately booked them out, you knew that they were not going out for investigation at that point, correct?
Ngaleso sikhathi singena zese ziyakhishwa masishane. Ufuzile ukuthi wawazi ukuthi ngeke zikwazi kuyokwenziwa kuyohlolwa kuwo.
Kunjalo.
Yes, it is.
And why you knew is because you yourself still locked them in that same walk-in safe. You locked them in there. They were not being taken out for investigations. That's how you knew. You enter them, you book them out, you make an entry that says they are being taken for investigations, and yet you lock them in that same walk-in safe where they were before you made the entry, and book them out at the same time.
Uyabona ukuthi wawazi kamhlophe kwenzakalani.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The effect of that, or the essence of that, is that you made a false entry, knowing it to be false.
Into ebonakala ngokumhlophe wayifaka lento owazi ukuthi yashaya akusiyona akusiqiniso.
Into engayichaza ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner kodwa into engayichaza ukuthi ngibhale leya entry ngoba ngazi ukuthi hayi ukuthi investigation yayizokwenziwa ngalelo langa.
To answer you, Commissioner, yes, I entered that entry, but that does not necessarily mean that the investigation was going to be done on that particular day.
The investigation yayingenziwa after sengwakhiphile.
It could have been done after I have removed them.
Kwakuzodependa kwi-IO ukuthi yenza nini investigation ngalawo ma exhibits.
That was going to be entirely dependent on the IO investigation officer as to
As
when
it-
is he going to do it.
I'm sorry. Please, finish the sentence.
done, yeah,
Sorry,
okay.
sorry, so I spoke over you, please.
As Commissioner pleases. Yes, it was going to be dependent on him as to when was he going to conduct the investigation.
Thank you. That does not answer the question, which is this, but as at the time you made the entry that these were being booked out for investigation, that was a false entry. As at the time you made it, that was a false entry because you are leaving those exhibits inside that walk-in safe and you are locking them there and you are taking the key back to General Sinona. As at the time you made that entry, it was false.
Ngalesikhathi ubhala ngaso leso sikhathi obhale ngaso kwakungasiqiniso lento wayisho ngoba uyazi sivaleleke la ukuthi ke wena sizohamba siyo-investigate ngaleso sikhathi ngoba uSinona noKhiye uzonikeza kusho kwangabhali iqiniso.
Ngizobeka ngenye indlela ukuze ngibone ukuthi uzochazeleka
I'll try and clarify this differently. Maybe it would be understood.
Yes.
Ama-exhibit njengale entry le yokuthi ngathi ngiyawabhuka out for analysis.
The exhibit, when we refer to the entry that I stated that I was booking them out for analysis.
Ngangasho ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi or immediately after booking them out ngizoyisa for analysis.
That did not imply that I was directly or immediately taking them out for investigation.
Into engangisho ukuthi njengoba ngiwakhipha azogcine esehambile eya for analysis.
What I meant by that was that eventually they'll go for analysis.
Uthi uma uwakhipha awuwakhiphi uwayise straight elab for analysis.
When you take them out therefrom, you don't immediately take them straight to analysis.
Uyawathatha uhambe uyowafaka kwi-safe yakho e-ofisini.
You take them, keep them in your own safe in your office.
Yes. Uma usuwagcinile ofisini usuthola ithuba lokuthi uwahambise before 7 days uphela busubhala leyo note yokuthi usuyawahambisa for
Well, before the expiry of 7 days, while you are still keeping them, it would be only then when you remove them that you enter into the book, you make an entry.
angazi ke noma ucommissioner uyayithola
No.
I wonder if the commissioner get where I'm getting with this.
ngiqonda ukuthi ukuwakhipha ngalendlela engawakhipha ngathi aya for investigation ngangasho ukuthi azo investigatewa ngaleso sikhathi.
When I stated that I removed them for investigation, that does not imply that was in immediate
Kwakuzoze
point.
kube yi-IO ezowathatha bisiyawahambisa for analysis, of which i-analysis yakhona kusho ukuthi investigation.
That was going to be the duty of the investigating officer to take them, transport them for analysis.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngichazile khona.
I think that is my clear explanation.
Clear is something else. It is.
Hayi,
I'll
ndoda,
tell-
ukuthi hayi, ukuthi uyazi iyazicaca leyo nto enye into.
I will
Resolution
tell-
ngakhona.
I will tell you that it is not. You said a few questions back that it would depend on the investigating officer as to when they would take the exhibits from the walk-in safe for analysis, correct?
Uyakuvuma ukuthi uthe kuzoya ngokuthi i-IO uwathatha nini?
Yeah.
Yes.
You had no control over that, did you?
Kusho ukuthi aseswa phansi kwakhe our control wena ngaleso sikhathi. Yes, no.
So the IO could have done this the following day. They could have done it after 3 days. They could have done it after 4 months, for all you know, correct?
ngoba uye phela usephethe intambo lo kusho ukuthi angenza noma kunini mhlawumbe emva kwamalanga amathathu udla kweviki
Yep,
noma nanini mhlawumbe mfake 4 months
yep.
yes
And yet you have made an entry that says, that books them out, underline booking them out of the SAP 13 register. You have made an entry that books them out of that register on the basis that they are going for analysis.
khumbula ukuthi wena ngokwakho uwabhuke out ubhala lapho leyo nto isho ukuthi ayahamba akuyo analyzewa
You understand that?
yakuzwa lo
Ngiyakuzwa.
And you
Yes.
think that it makes sense for you to have made that entry?
usho ukuthi ngabe ngempela wenza kahle kunengqondo ukuthi ngabe wabhalisa into ongeyiyo
Ucommissioner ngingamnxusa ukuthi ahambe abheke amanye ama-13 registers.
No, I don't
urge the
care.
commissioner to go and check other.
I don't care about others. I don't care about other. I'm sorry, that did not get translated. Please, can you please
Should I
translate
translate that?
sorry. No.
Sinendaba nalokho ukuthi wenza njani.
And also to translate the bit that his response, which was that he can refer me to other exhibit entries. I've already said it in English, so there's no need.
No, ukuthi akulokhu ukuthi uzomhamba ukuthi ayobheka kwezinye indawo ayiyo leyo nto esikhuluma ngayo. Sekushilo kodwa.
So my question is about whether to you it makes sense for you to have made such an entry when the investigating officer, for example, could only have taken those exhibits out of that walk-in safe 4 months after the time you made the entry. As you sit there, can you ever say that that makes sense?
Kodwa
That
ndoda,
your entry makes sense?
ndoda kodwa usho ukuthi ngabe kubhadlile la engqondweni. Ukuthi yina na kubani nabani. Ubhalisa ukuthi nazi yakhishwa manje lezi. Kodwa kuyabonakala ukuthi lo mnomzane angayi. Mhlawumbe emva ke 4 months.
Investigator, not me.
Hayi lo mntu ngisho umnomzane we-investigate.
Oh, okay.
Umnomzane we-investigate. Angayithatha mhlawumbe emva ke 4 months noma kunini. Kodwa unibhale manje namhlanje ukuthi ziyakhishwa.
Mina
Kuyakwenza ingqondo lokho.
kuyayenza kumina
Yes, to me it makes sense.
ngoba
Because
ngibhale i-entry yokuthi izinto ama-exhibit azo-investigatwa.
the entry that I have inserted there is about things that were going to be investigated.
Ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi vela izo-investigatwa.
Because I know for the fact that they were indeed going to be
Ukuthi ayi
investigated.
oyiwa-investigator nini angangene lapho.
When I would investigate, it's none of my concern.
So let's use my 4-month intervening period example. So you are basically saying that effectively for 4 months, which was a possibility that they are not taken for analysis for a whole 4 months. So you are effectively saying that it makes sense to you that these exhibits should not have been in any SAPS register because they've been taken out of the Port Shepstone SAP 13 register. So to you as you sit there, it makes sense that they should not have been in any register. Are you seriously saying so?
Asenze wona lo mfanekiso sesiqale ngawo. Asithi ukhiphile ngalolu suku. Kodwa sithi ngempela lo mseshi uzosithatha mhlambe emva kwe4 months njengoba sicabanga. Usho still kuwe bekusenza ingqondo lokho ukuthi yebo uzasithatha mhlazana ayithatha noma ngaba u4 months kuwe kwenza ingqondo kusalungile lokho. Singabhalwa ngoba kusaziyo ngaleso sikhathi zikuphi kwenzakalani.
It doesn't make sense ukuthi abazange bawasebenza ama-exhibits.
Doesn't make sense that they did not work on the exhibits
Shortly after swatholile,
immediately after we found it,
kuze kuphela u-4 months, or noma kube 4 months.
up to the expiry of 4 months, if that was the case.
Ngokwami fanele ngabe kade bayenze investigation.
According to me, they should have
Ngoba
done that long time ago.
mina ngokwami ngangizokwenza investigation shortly after.
If it was for me, I was going to do that immediately,
Futhi within 7 days.
within the 7 days.
It cannot lie in your mouth to say that. You cannot say that because earlier you already accepted that you had no control over the period when, or you had no control over the time by which the investigator could have taken the exhibits for analysis. You had no control over that. So you cannot say what you have just said.
Khumbula ukuthi awukwazi ukusho lokho kusho manje ngoba ngowakho umlomo uthe abongasana control yalezi zinto nasezi kulapha ku-university.
And you cannot tell us what you would have done or by when you would have taken the exhibits for analysis. This was not you. And you accepted that you had no control over that. So you cannot say or give the explanation that you've just given.
Awukwazi usitshela ngawe ukuthi wena ngabe wenze kanje. Awusekho wena usathintwa uwe sesiphethwe ngawe sezandleni yomunye umuntu lezi zinto. Lokuthi wena ngabe uzowenza mhle 7 days yonke leyo awusangeni wena nje.
Into engishoyo ukuthi akuyenzi sense ukuthi athe sitholakele ama-exhibit kwahlalwa isikhathi eside.
Please don't repeat the same thing you've just said.
Cela ungaphindi lokho okhulumile usokushilo ndoda.
Because I'm asking you something else now, I'm moving forward. I'm saying you cannot say that because you had no control over on the question of the timing of taking the exhibits for analysis. You had no control over that. So you can't repeat what you said 2 questions earlier.
Sibheka isikhathi ke ndoda. Ukuthi kwenzeka nini kanjani? Bokasana ngamandla ukuthi ucontrol lokho ukusho ukuthi kuzokwenzeka nini kanjani.
Kusho ukuthi umbuzo ka-commissioner angutholi.
Maybe I don't follow the question.
I'm saying you cannot say what does not make sense is the fact that investigations, in my example, would not have taken place immediately, and you say at the latest within 7 days. That is what you've said, correct?
Kusho ukuthi bongeke uvumelane ukuthi ngabe kwenza ingqondo kule mfanekiso esubekayo wemama inyanga ezu4.
Yeah.
Bengeke uhambelane ngoba wena ushilo ukuthi ubheke ukuthi mhlambe emalangeni awu7.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, you cannot say that because you were not the investigator. You've said so earlier when you were being asked, and you said you did not even stand in prior to the return of Colonel Jacob, correct?
Ngokuya kwakho ushilo ukuthi awuzange uvumele ukuthi uwozoba ibamba lakhe azabuye uKenneth Jacob.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, the explanation you give about by when the investigator ought to have taken the exhibits for analysis, you have no control over that. So what you are telling us and what you say makes or does not make sense, does not respond to my question. Because you had no control over the timing, the investigator's timing. You had no control over that. So the explanation you give simply does not make sense. Do you understand my question now?
Uyezwa ke ndoda.
Yes.
Now please respond and give me a response that makes sense.
Impendulo yakho ithini ke lapho? Hey.
Le mpendulo. ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Madlanga kusho ukuthi khona la engilahleka khona Mbijana.
No, you said you understand my question. I did.
Yabona ndoda uthi wena ngakho ndahle kodwa uthi uyakuzwa uthi wena hayi ngikubuziwe ukuthi uyezwa kahle wathi yebo.
Yeah, ngishilo.
Yes, I did say so.
Ngishilo.
Now, why
Khona
do
la
you-
engilahleka khona ngoba ngithi ngiyaphendula athi uCommissioner angiphenduli ngale.
I think I miss a point somewhere because when I endeavor to answer, but the commissioner says no, it's not the answer.
If you understand the question, you should be able to give an answer, whatever the answer may be, but I will leave it there.
Asizoyeka ngoba ngowakho umlomo uthe kusho wena uzange uthi ayengizwanga kahle uthe ngiyezwa kahle manje uthi lekuphendula kodwa uthi asiyeke leyo into.
Warrant Officer, just one thing from me. I believe that that entry you made on the 24th of June is false. You were not booking out the exhibits for investigation.
Uyavuma ukuthi uyakubona kwakhe lento wayibhala la kuyiyo ukhuphuza ma ukuthi la owabhala lapha ukuthi usikhiphile akusibi njalo.
Yabhalwe mina le entry ayingekho futhi false.
No, it was not. I'm the one who entered that entry.
And let me explain why I say it is false and misleading. Because a day earlier, on the 23rd, and we see that in your diary, your last entry in the diary on page 802, you had already taken samples for investigation. You say samples were taken out of the bags, they were put in exhibit bags, and they were sealed, and they were going to be taken to FSL. So that's the investigation. So that happened the day before. What you were doing on the 24th had nothing to do with exhibits being sent to the laboratory for investigation. Because the day before, you had already done that. So when you were making an entry on the 24th to say you are taking out all the exhibits for investigation, that was false and misleading. Because that was not the purpose of that entry. It had nothing to do with exhibits being made available for the investigating officer to take them to the lab. Because that you had done the day before.
Ngokufinqiwe ke ndoda ukuthi hayi khona. Uyasidukisa. Lana hayi khona manga. Akusile iqiniso ngoba vele ngelanga ngaphambi kwe24. Bose ukuthathile lama sample. Amabheka khona wawasila wawavala wawahambisa. Lento ayibhala ngomhla ka24 into eyenzekele ngayizolo. Kwe24 akusasile iqiniso ukuthi bowusayenza lokho.
Understand ukuthi ngiyenziwa yini ukuthi ngenza false entry.
I don't understand why would I put a false entry.
Lento engayibhala lapha iyona.
What appears there is the fact.
Injengoba ngisho, njengoba ngibhalile futhi.
It
Angizange
is
ngihamba manga.
the way it is, the way I've stated it. It's not a lie.
So I guess the entries and your diary will speak for themselves, and I will leave it there.
Sizokuyeka lapha kodwa lokho okubhalile ne-diary yakho hayi kuzoyixoxa indaba. Siyeka lapho.
Just still on this topic, that you were holding the inquiry file for Colonel Jacob. And everything that you did, we know from your statement, he gave you instructions on the 23rd, you tell us, that's what you say in your statement. He gave you instructions to go and put this stuff in exhibit bags, to enter them in the SAP 13, to go and take samples. So you didn't do anything independently. You were acting, because you were holding for him, you were acting with everything that you did relating to these. Is that correct?
Iqiniso ukuthi hayi ukuthi wawuzenzela wena ukuthi kusuka kuwe. Wawulandela lokho otshelwe khona.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it must be then that when you make the entry in the Port Shepstone SAP 13, where you take out from their SAP 13, where you take out these exhibits, that's not your own independent initiative, because this is not your file. This is not your inquiry file. It must be that you are acting on Colonel Jacob's instruction to sign them out.
konke lokho esikhulunywa nokukhipha lapho kuthatha lamazwi hayi ukuthi wena bowuzimela uthi hayi sengicabanga ukwenza kanje ngicabanga ukwenza kanje ya bowulandela ngokuya kwakho into otshelwe yona.
Akunjalo.
No, it is not so.
Okay, explain how it is you make that decision independently
Ufike kanjani
in a
kulesi
file.
sinqumo?
Sorry.
I-exhibit clerk eyayikhona ngaleso sikhathi
The exhibit clerk who was present at that moment,
iyona eyasho ukuthi since siwagcina lapha e-DPCI offices asiwabhuke out.
he's the one who suggested that since we keep them in
Siwagcina lapha e-DPCI offices ama-exhibit
Yeah.
asiwabhuke out.
since we keep them in that DPSI,
DPCI,
then he said we must book them.
book them out. Yes.
Book them out, actually.
So why, if that is so, and this is something we are hearing for the first time,
Siqala ukuzwa ke lokho.
if that is so, why was your entry not that they booked out for storage at DPCI? Why did you say that instead of this false recorder that you're taking them out for investigation?
Awukushongo ngani ke lokho ngoba siyaqala ukuzwa lokho manje. Ingazange ngani ungazange ukusho eqaleni.
Kusho ukuthi one ngizothi iphutha, two ukuthi sijwayele ukuthi masibhuka out ama-exhibit ube nezizathu sokusho sokuthi uwabhuka out for investigation or uwabhuka out for analysis.
I would say, firstly, it was a mistake from my part. Kwesibili ukuthi
Uwabhuka out for analysis.
the second one that we booked them out for analysis.
Hayi ngoba uwabhuka out for analysis ngalelo langa.
That does not mean you book them for analysis, meaning on that specific day, they're going to be analyzed.
No, that's not a good enough answer. We know you're not booking them out for investigation. We know that, fact. So it's a lie that is recorded here that you are taking them out for investigation, but also as a matter of fact, it's a lie. That's not why you booked them out. They were not to be investigated. According to you, they were being booked out because, out of their book, you're taking them out of the SAP 13 because the clerk said to you, well, you are keeping them somewhere. Take them out of my book. So they are out of their book. They're not there. You know at that time, when you make this entry, that you are taking them out of the book because they are stored somewhere, not for investigation, because they're stored somewhere. And my question is, that's what you should have recorded if you were not intending to mislead about the purpose of taking them out, because this is misleading. This says we took them out for investigation. We know for a fact that's not true. So you are misleading here. And you don't have a good reason why you chose to mislead in this way and say they're out for investigation on your own version, that they were taken out because they were being stored somewhere else. And the diary should have said, for storage because they are stored at the PCI. But as matters happen, there's absolutely no record of what you did with them after you booked them out. SAPS has no record of that.
Uyezwa ke ndoda ngokufinqiwe ukuthi ngempela bosidida umqondo ukuthi lezi zinto ziyathathwa zisayoyenza ucwaningo zicheck uku-investigate. Uwazi kamhlophe ukuthi ziyathathwa zisayobekwa kwenye indawo. Udida umqondo nje uthanda ukuthi abantu baxakekise kungazwakali kahle ngoba ngempela le gama mislead uyalazi ndoda ke singithi lithatha lokushonisele kanti wena ubhekele ngamabomu uwazi ukuthi akwenzeki ngalendlela akubhalwanga ndawo ukuthi sithatha ziyobeka ulathi umqondo ukuthi ziyahanja zisayo ku-investigate.
Ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner uthi i-entry is misleading. ngangayibhalelani entry emisleadayo. Understand ukuthi why.
No, why bala? You wrote it.
Utshela ngesakho sizwa kahle wayibhala.
Angazi asekho isidingo sokuthi ngibhale
There was no reason for me to put that
mina
in.
ngabhala ngendlela esijwayele ukubhala ngayo ukuthi uma ukhipha ama exhibit awusho ukuthi uyakhipha uyayisa eofisini uyawakhipha uyayisa endaweni yokuthi uyawakhipha for investigation or uwakhiphe for analysis.
No, it was per the way we normally do things.
All right.
Just take
Thank
them
you.
out and you just write for investigation, for whatever purposes. So we took them out.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just very brief questions and clarities. We've gone through what happens on the 23rd and 24th, and I don't think we need to belabor those occurrences. What seems to have been the case is that Colonel Jacob was hands-on even when he was out of duty. Did you keep updating him, or did he call you about what needs to happen, or you were consulting him to say, I don't know, what must we do next?
Uyabona siyabona mhla ka 23 24 izinto ezenzakala kodwa ke into ebonakala la uJacob bekazi kahle ngomhlophe ukuthi kwenzakalani bombalansisa isikhathini esiningi ukuthi kanje kwenzakala lokho nalokho ayabazi kahle kuyakhomba isa ngokusobala ngabe kunjani
uJacob sakhuluma naye kabili mangikhumbula kahle.
If I remember very well, I only spoke with him only twice.
Engitshela indaba ukuthi engithuma ukuthi ngihambe ngiyo unpack ngisile ama exhibits
Instructing me to go and unpack the exhibits,
nokuthi ngihambe ngothatha ama samples.
as well as that I should go and take the samples.
Emva kwalokho angizange ngisakhuluma naye mayelana nomsebenzi.
Thereafter, I never interacted with him regarding work.
Okay. Then, just on the date of the 23rd, well, which carries from the 22nd, if you go to the file, I think it's file 2,
22 or 23 date, got pay file 2 lab.
CJC 243,
CJC 243,
page 579
page
of
579.
that file.
579.
This is a statement by Andres Bernardus van den Berg.
Yalibona legama libizayo? File
Yeah,
day.
ngiyalibona.
Yes, I can see the name.
File 2, page 579.
Page 579, uyelo.
Yebo wona.
Yes.
Wona.
So this is a statement from Anders Warrant Officer van den Berg. I'm not going to go through it at much detail, but if you turn over to page 580, we've heard about what transpired on the 22nd, how the exhibits were handled. But then on page 580 at paragraph 4, he then details, and I don't need to, I just want to refer you to him assisting you about counting the exhibits. But what he says is that it seems that the scene was chaotic and no one was, everyone was just handling the exhibits. Would you agree with this, or there was some manner of controlling the counting?
Uyabona ndoda lapha sho ukuthi kwakuyingquveke ebhange lapho nje umunye umuntu ole nomunye le kwakungekho ingathi indlela elandelwayo econtrolekile ukuthi ubani wenzani.
Ngiyayibona lento ebhalela.
I see with that on this.
So if they were about, I don't know the math per se, but 500, over 500 bricks, is it 500 bricks?
541.
541.
541 you say.
And everyone was moving about. It could have happened that some or people may have tampered with the exhibits.
Ngenzeka ukuthi nje abantu bezula phansi phezulu lapho ngenzeka ukuthi bakhona abanye bazi thinta lapho ngali kula ma exhibit.
Ayikho lento ayishoyo.
No, what is saying it's not so.
Okay, so it was the integrity of the exhibit